Very warm welcome back and good afternoon from Mandalika in Lombok Island in Indonesia. That fabulous view you can see is literally a stone's throw, if you've got a good arm, from the Mandalika street circuit, where we are for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We had half the sessions completed this morning, and we're now following up our lunch with an afternoon of action. We will be with you over the next 4 hours, bringing you 2 ASB 1000 sessions for AP 250, for Supersport 600, Underbone 150 and TVS Asia One Make Championship. So stay with us. We had a fantastic morning of action this morning, raised even more talking points than we started with, and that sound you can hear and what you can see on your screen there is the beginning of free practice 2 for ASB 1000. 40-minute session being led away there by Yuki Kuni, who surprised us a little bit in the commentary box this morning by going out on hard front and hard rear tyres, but it worked well. He was third fastest, 6/10 off the best time on that combination, so it worked well, and his pace was really good all the way through too. So there is Yuki Kuni on the SDG Hawk Pro Honda CBR 1000 RRR. Number 92 machine we saw win last time out in Motegi in race 2. And right behind him, just trying to get a glimpse of exactly which BMW that is behind him. Oh, and early in the session, a problem for Nakarina Tirapuvapat. Ship is in the gravel, and it looks like a mechanical problem. So he's going to be looking for the way back. Plenty of time remaining. And I do beg your pardon, this session has been cut to 30 minutes, so there's 26 minutes remaining of this one, and on your screen there is Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team on that very distinctive and beautifully turned out Ducati. Currently the championship leader at the halfway point in the season. This weekend marks the start of the second half with round 4. And here with yet another fabulous new helmet design is Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, currently second in the standings. And this is the most precariously poised championship of all at this stage of the season, with 7 points covering the top 4 riders. Coming through on your screen there is Zakwan Zaidi, number 21. Zakwan recovering from 2 nasty hand injuries sustained in round 2 at Zhuhai, and coming back well. He performed well, I think, in Motegi. What do you make of Zakwan this time, Daniel?
Yeah, he's looking confident. I think he was a bit disappointed that Suzuka didn't end well for the team. They had bike issues there, and he's coming into this round full of confidence. I think they're taking the right steps forward. And you can see that he's testing the hard options that we saw Yuki test, and I think more and more riders will be looking at that option for this weekend.
Yeah, Kadi Okada, the team principal, looking on there as Zakwan makes his way round. And urging his machine forward as he flies down the home straight. He's got Sho Nishimura just ahead of him on the green TKKR BMW. Sho Nishimura, race winner in Motegi in race 1. So he's a rider that's come into this championship. We first saw him in round 2 at Zhuhai, and he very quickly established himself, absolutely set the place alight in Motegi, and we're hoping to see more spectacular things from Sho Nishimura this weekend. This morning he had a quiet session, but this is his first visit to Mandalika on 38.7. But we know from last year, with Marcus Reitenberger's dominant performance here, that the BMW should go well around here.
Yeah, I think Shoni Shimura was just a matter of him adapting to the thousands class, and for Mandalika as well, I expect him to need at least a session or two to really get his hands around the circuit. But one thing we know for sure after Motegi is that once he gets comfortable, show will put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations on getting the first show pun in, Daniel.
Thank you. I've been planning that one.
But the timesheet topper from FP1, Andy Paredes de Haar, is currently in the same position, just a few minutes into FP2 this afternoon. The track temperature has been climbing steadily under the sun, currently 55.6, so still within a decent working range, wouldn't you say, Daniel?
Yeah, I think once it starts breaking into the 60 degrees, then it starts getting concerning, but it is higher than I expected, with air temperatures around 28, 29 degrees Celsius. So 55.6, plenty hot for the tires. Yeah. Speaking of tires as well, Aslan also the hard option front, hard option rear, as Yuki Kuni rode in practice 1.
Yeah, he was the first one to do it. Then we saw Hafiz do it. Now we got Zakwan and Aslan also on the hard compounds. This track surface is famously grippy, which is a euphemism for abrasive. But I don't think it's going to present any problems for these Dunlop shod superbikes or any of the other classes. Here is Hafiz, who had a crash late in free practice 1. Nothing at all serious. Our championship leader currently lying 3rd.
Hafiz has been looking good. He's set the fastest lap in Suzuka 8 hours, and he's coming into this round fresh off that run with Team Kageyama. He's back with JDT Racing Team this weekend. He'll be looking to try and retain his championship lead. He's only, well, as you mentioned, the championship is so tightly packed. It's whoever wins or whoever has a star performance this weekend will or should take the championship lead if they are in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, there is very little pattern there so far. Perhaps we'll see some shapes emerging as the weekend progresses. We've got race 1, of course, Saturday, race 2 on Sunday. Just makes his way past Choyu Joe there. Choyu Joe making his 2nd appearance at Mandalika on the Savitar ESG Team Asia BMW. There was a time when we only saw Japanese manufacturers in this series, Daniel. Now we've got a Ducati and a BMW on screen.
Yeah, it's a great mix. We have almost every major bike manufacturer in this class now. And it's, Hafiz, a big moment there. And he's probably frustrated with himself. I think he just didn't understand where or why that actually happened, and yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, that was a gesture of surprise, amongst other things, yeah.
Hafiz is not a complete stranger to the Mandalika circuit, but it will be the first time he's on the Ducati in this really fast track.
Looks like Choyu Joe's about to come in as he makes his way around quite gingerly in what looks like a new set of leathers.
It does, yeah. I think he's taking a tumble here and there.
And we have to take our hats off to this team, Honda Asia Dream, racing with Astimo, because Zakwan totaled his bike in free practice 1 just a few hours ago.
And that bike got sent all the way to the 2nd floor. It was a really big crash, and it was really good to see Zakwan walking away from that, because that could have been a real rough one. But Yeah, shout out to the team for making the bike work once again, because that's yeah, it wasn't an easy job. While this was happening, Soichiro Minamimoto goes up to the top, 37.5 for Soichiro.
Yeah, good performance from him. And meanwhile, no doubt the Honda Asia Dream Racing garage will be busy fixing up Nakarin's bike, because he stopped on his out lap or first flying lap. Back with Yuki Kuni. No hold-ups for him this morning or this afternoon so far.
Eric Saputra, another one that's not out on track right now. He had a tumble at the end of the practice 1 session. So I think the bike still needs a bit of mending.
Yeah, the speed of bike repair says something about the quality we've got in the Asia Dream Racing. Genuine international operation, that, with Japanese team managers, riders from Indonesia, Thailand and Malaysia.
So now we're following Yuki Kuni. Yuki's on a decent lap, good sector 1 and sector 2 timing. Oh, and Osama getting in the way of Yuki Kuni there. There's a bit of traffic on Yuki's fast lap. That's unfortunate, he was on a decent lap.
Yeah, he was. He'll pick his moment now to go past. There it is.
Yeah, he did it very calmly. He didn't get frustrated or anything. So good job from Yuki there.
Yeah, the 20-year-old Japanese rider is very even-tempered, isn't he?
He is.
When we spoke to him yesterday, he completely blamed himself for the incident that messed up his what should have been a perfect weekend for him in Motegi.
He's a great character. I remember at the podium as well, when he saw Nakarin get on the podium, he came straight up to Nakarin and congratulated him. So really such a mature mind, Yuki, at such a young age.
Yeah. Here is Kazma Daniel, who's still very young, really.
He's still got many years left in his career, and we look forward to seeing Kazma back to his brilliant best. And he's slowly getting there. He's closed the gap to the top now. It's been a tough season for Kazma. Tough 2 seasons actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's such a shame after his inaugural season in this class in 2022. He was absolutely brilliant and really looked like a contender. So we've been willing him back to form ever since. But Soichiro Minamimoto sits there with the best time.
Quick shout out to the young Australian Lachlan Ipis. He's in 5th place, just under a second away from Soichiro's time, so real good improvements from him. I remember last year when we were here, he had a decent weekend as well. So he'll have his eyes on trying to fight for podium positions. He's another one who has been taking good steps forward.
Yeah, I guess that's Nakarin's bike they're working on there. Kazma on the Yamaha, or also running hard tyres. So that's Ducati, BMW, Honda, yeah, all of them.
Yeah, I think previously we've seen that the Hondas preferred the medium mostly, and on occasion the hard front, medium rears. But it looks like for this weekend, and this will be more or less closer to race time, so it seems that this might be the option for the weekend. We know Dunlop have brought some new tyres for this week.
Yeah, we got any more news on that? Any detail?
We'll have a chat with Self and Dunlop coming soon, yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, they've brought some new asymmetric tires as well, which we haven't had. So it's really good for this season. Dunlop's really been putting in the work, and so far in regards to how the riders feel, we haven't seen any complaints. And Hafiz has just come across with a 137.3, and he's also running the hard.
Yep, so all manufacturers trying that combination. We're looking at Zakwan Zaidi there. completely unshaken by that bike wrecking that he did this morning. But there wasn't even a trace of pain in the way he walked away from it. But like you said, Daniel, the bike reached second floor height. Talking about second in the championship is the number 25 on your screen there, Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman. Number 25 currently 2.3 seconds off the top, so we haven't seen the best of Aslan yet. That's not unusual. He knows when to pull the pin, and this is just the second free practice session.
Yeah, for now it just seems that the two BMWs are just struggling a little bit to get into those 138s. Fastest time for both Sho and Aslan are in the 139s, about mid 139s.
There's Lachlan looking, sorry Daniel, looking clean shaven.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, he looks fresh.
Yeah. No beards in this commentary box.
It's Yuki Kuni now. It's the fastest rider on track. Hafiz shot in. He's just come across with another 137, so Hafiz is good and consistent.
Yeah, best top speed too, I noticed, 278.
Yuki's on a good lap. Fastest sector 1 from Yuki. Decent sector 2 from him as well. So Yuki Kuni now. You could call him a trendsetter now. Put on the double hard options for the tires, and everyone followed.
Yeah, he was literally the only rider to do that early in this morning's session.
There's a beautiful Ducati of JDT Racing Team. Hafiz looking really confident.
Yeah, they start the second half of the 2024 season, leading the championship by that slender 5-point margin. Using exactly enough of the rumble strip not to unsettle the bike. It looks like that Honda has been repaired. Makarin hasn't put a full flying lap in yet.
Just watching Hafiz as he pushes the bike through these sections. Yuki did come across on the previous lap, but did not improve his lap time.
Yeah, best times this morning were around half a second quicker than what we're looking at the moment, which could be expected given the higher temperatures now. It's TOU Joe just going through your screen now. Goes Kazma Daniel on the Yamaha Technical Racing Team. There goes Hafiz Shirin, currently on top of the timesheets and on top of the standings. Hafiz has an advantage of 33 hundredths on Soichiro Minamoto and a little bit more on Andy Farid Izdihar. Andy was a little bit quiet for most of this morning's session, but came through late to top the pre-practice 1. Just the rider off there. I think that was Nakarin.
Yeah, Lily Nakarin. I think, not sure if he's just looking for track space or he has a bit of a bike issue still.
There was a bit of a glare he earned anyway from Hafiz.
Nakarin there, Andy just making it past him.
Yeah, these three teammates, 3 different nationalities for Honda Asia Dream Racing, with Astimo getting along really well. Disappointing that the bike didn't make the distance in Suzuka last weekend, not this bike. But those 3 riders, the Indonesian, Andy on your screen there, the Thai Nakarin, and the Malaysian Zakwan getting along really well. TOU Joe,
Yeah.
just creating a little bit of an obstruction there.
I can see they're just getting bunched up trying to get past Toyujo now.
Break for Yuki Kuni. He has been putting the laps in as he normally does. Currently 4th fastest. And it seems like everything is going to plan in SDG.
Yeah, Yuki's another one who just finished the 8-hour endurance. Decent result for the team. Now Nakarin did make it past. Now it's just Kasma making pass. We should get a hot lap coming in on the next one.
Yeah, so those two, I've forgotten what we named that colour, Daniel. Mint green.
Mint green it was, yeah.
Mint green, yeah. BMWs.
Yeah, Lachlan just trying to get some improvements now. 38.4 is his fastest.
Yeah, Zakwan 1.3 seconds off the top.
For a second I thought someone's gone off, but that was the Marshall's helmet.
Yeah, but that is a rebuilt Honda, I assume.
And that bike was nowhere near fixable, I think.
No.
So Nakarin just come across the side. It's first flying lap, but that lap was the traffic, so now we'll get a proper gauge on Nakarin's pace.
So Fizz, decent session for him. He was becoming competitive this morning till he crashed late in the session. But no sign of alarm in that camp. Everything looking like it's going according to plan. And there is Sho Nishimura, winner in Motegi race 1. And trying to get to grips with the BMW on a circuit that is new for him. His best lap this morning was 138.7. So a good deal quicker than this, but everybody is a bit slower in this session.
Sho Nishimura came across there with a 39.8, so still struggling to find any way into 38. Both the BMWs, well, the fastest BMW is actually locked on Apis 139.4. Sorry, 138.4.
Yeah, and I'm just going to do a double take on the lap times from last year. Yeah, Markus Reiterberger, 135.4. That's why I did a double take. I thought surely the gap can't be that big.
But was it on qualifiers or was it?
No, that was race lap.
Yeah, Marcus is just a different machine.
Yep, Andy Farid did a 135.6. So interesting.
Yeah,
What's the
lot
difference?
of them,
Yeah.
As far as we know, there's no track resurfacing that has been done. Temperatures are slightly cooler, but that should be more beneficial than obstructive. But yes, can't understand how we're about 2 seconds slower off pace.
No, that's a big difference. Nakarin getting his head down. There's just over 4.5 minutes remaining in this second session of the day, and that won't be a fast one. Got well out of shape there. Hand up in apology, just in case there was anyone behind him, but no harm done.
It's a replay of that. It's going through the right hand and the right side just nearly coming around.
Yeah, he's a really good bike rescuer, Nakarin.
It's got a glimpse of Osama and Toyujo there. And Eric Saputra did come out for the session, so that's good to see. His bike's back in working order. Zakwan Zaidi is currently sitting in 7th.
Yeah, we know there's more to come from Zakwan. I assume that his injuries are okay now that we've had a couple of months, 2 or 3 months from when he smashed his hands up in Zhuhai. Who's he got behind him at the moment?
There's Cosmo tailing him there. Cosmo trying to find some improvements, but Cosmo not too bad in this session. 5th place, 138.088. Again, past couple of runs have been the best of Cosmo this season. And round 1 was really tough out for Cosmo and the whole Yamaha team, really. Motegi, we started seeing them close the gap a little bit, and this time round in Mandalika looks like they brought something new and it's finally worked. We know they changed parts almost every run. They've tried all sorts of things, new ECUs, new swing arms.
Yeah, Kazma alluded to change of personnel as well, strengthening of the technical side of the team. And he looked confident, so as ever we are willing him back to form. And we were saying this morning he's lost like 6 or 7 kilos.
Cosmo's improvement, he's also just shedding just tiny bits of his time.
Yeah, he's now an underbone sized rider.
Yeah, he's got the weight for it, and ooh, is that some dust? Someone's crashed off there. That's at turn 1. So some dust kicking up in the gravel. See Cosmo as well raising his hand.
Well, they've got one more flying lap after this one. Nakarin wants to get on with it, having sat out a lot of this session with a mechanical problem.
So Nakarin now for another flying lap. Just sitting in pit lane for quite a while. A 38.3 for Nakarin, so far his best time. Oh yeah, there's a crash. That's set for Zakwan Zaidi.
Another one.
Yeah, I don't think that's Sandy Ferrer told me. Yeah, it is Zakwan Zaidi, so another crash for him. But again, the good news is he's walking away from it. Just checking his wrist, I think.
Yeah.
Just concerned that it might have re-injured himself.
Yeah, so he's getting through the airbags today. Right, so I said I'd made a mistake earlier with the session time. I thought it had been cut to 30 minutes. In fact, it is a 40-minute session. That means there are 10 minutes left. So relax, everyone.
We still have time. But yeah, Yuki making some good steps as well. A 37.197. He's putting himself in second now.
Yeah, just a fingernail behind Hafiz now. He's done the total laps done. Not sure, but Yuki Kuni and Kazma look like they're the hardest working riders out there this session.
Both of them doing about 15-16 laps each. Here's Hafiz now. Through sector 1, sector 2, it's a decent time coming from Hafiz. It won't be faster. This is his first first flying lap since coming back to pit lane.
And for top speed, to look at a different metric, we've got Honda and Ducati both going through the speed trap at 278.4 kilometers per hour, which is about just before the braking point on the home straight.
So right now Hafiz comes across there with a 139.0, so really not really showing what Hafiz can do. And we got just Eric Saputra, Teoijo, and Zakwan and Kasman back in pit lane. Zakwan because of that late fall that we saw. Now Lachlan relegated down to 8th place. His fastest time still a 1:38.4. Fulani Farid.
Difference in lap times is a little bit tighter than it was this morning.
So Ichiro's just gone up into first place with a 1:36.8. This is the track where theoretically you would think the Yamaha would do well. It's a lot of flowing turns. The Yamahas always have a good chassis for corners.
Yep, indeed.
Yeah, looking at the speed traps, it's not really a circuit where, and even the layout, it's not really a circuit where top speed will matter too much. So it is a good opportunity for Yamaha to try and find some points over here. And Soichiro really with really good pace.
A couple of models ago, you'd have fancied Honda on this kind of track, but now it's much more of a beast of a machine, isn't it?
Oh, there's
Nakarin, another stop for him.
So the problems for Bunsio Honda, for Honda Asia Dream with Astemo continue. This is a tough weekend already for Honda.
Well, it's free practice too. So yeah, frustrating session for Nakarin, who really wanted to crack on with it. He got 6 hours 40 yet. As team boss Taddy Okada looks on.
There's Yuki Kuni just flowing through the turns. He looks really calm and composed, yet his aggression really shines through.
Yeah, you made a really good point earlier on, Daniel, when you said that of all the Honda riders in this class, Yuki Kuni seems to have taken to this latest version of the Honda most easily.
Yeah, I remember talking with Zakwan back in Buriram, I think it was, where he said that the bike is so different from the old bike. The new bike is different from the old bike, so they needed time to adapt. And where Yuki just got on the bike and immediately said, "This bike is great for me."
We're looking there at Sho Nishimura, who's made his way up into the 137s, currently 5th. So we're hoping and expecting him to get faster as the weekend goes on. His teammate Aslan is on 138.7.
Now they're showing just at the new top speed for this this weekend at 280.5 km/h across the speed trap. That's right now he's still struggling to find any improvements over his 137.1. We've got two riders now in the 136. Yuki Kuni improved into a 136.9. And Soichiro found a 36.5, so really fantastic work from Soichiro.
Yeah, that's a really decent advantage, more than 0.3 of a second. Fizz isn't done yet. I don't think this lap's going to be an improvement. What do you make of the Ducati's performance through the last sector, Daniel?
Yeah, I think through the last sector it doesn't seem to move about too much. I think with its shorter wheelbase, it can make that sharp turn easier. Hafiz, you can see he's able to get into the power without too much trouble. You can see the Hondas look a bit wild around turn 17. There's Eric Saputra. This is the first time we're seeing him on track. He's been out for a few laps now.
Yeah, Eric crashed the wildcard, crashed in pre-practice 1. A while to get it together and get out here, so only 3 or 4 laps done for him. But a decent local racer.
He was a champion in the local series for 600s and 1000s, so it's good to have Eric here with us for the round 4 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. I think he'll just need to find his setup once again after that crash he had in practice 1. So now I think I saw Hafiz as well. He's just backing off from this session, so I think that will be session done for Hafiz and JDT Racing Team, and a good session from them. Good session from Yuki and Soichiro as well. Just amazing. The improvements that Soichiro has had throughout the season is really good.
Yeah, it is impressive. And there's his teammate, Kazma, saying his customary prayer, I do believe that is, on the tank. So he's going to go. Will he get a flying lap in? Yes, he will.
We'll just get just about one.
He'll get 1 flying lap in.
Good improvements from Shoni Shimura as well. He's found himself into 5th place, so it's a good job from him. Teammate Aslan, though, is still struggling to break into the 137s.
Aslan, yeah, 138.8 last time out, 138.5 this time out, so it's not the kind of progress that you'd ideally expect. It's Andy Farid, an early leader in this session, and the fastest time so far recorded today by the Superbikes, 136.546 in the first session. And the only one of those 3 bikes that hasn't encountered any problems, mechanical or getting beaten up in the gravel traps.
Well, I did think that Hafiz's session was done, but it looks like he's pushing on for the final portion. So right now the only 3 riders in pit lane are Shoni Chimura, Lachlan Epis, and well, 4, Azan Shah and Tuyujo. The rest are all out on track trying to find some last minute improvements.
Yeah, we're just watching Hafiz sweep around turn 17. Over to the left. Sorry, turn 17 is the final turn. He was on turn 16. Here he comes across the line. That was never going to better his best time of the session, but still a very decent session for Hafiz Sharin on the JDT Ducati. There is the session topper as it stands now, with just a few seconds remaining. Soichiro Minamoto, or Yamaha Techni Racing with ASEAN. He's going to get 1 more flying lap as he crossed the line 6 seconds before the checkered flag comes out, which is now. Let's see if Soichiro Minamoto, who won a a super sport race here in 2023, whether he can do something better this time around. Hafiz isn't done either yet. As Daniel said earlier, he recorded the fastest time at Suzuka last weekend. So while his bones might be a little weary, he'll be in fantastic spirits for this weekend. Here he comes for the last time, around turn 16. That won't be an improvement for Hafiz. His best time, pretty decent, 137.1. Best time of the session belongs to Soichiro Minamoto, who could better it He's done the fastest. Oh, what a shame. He'd just done the fastest sector 3 and then ran off. Well, he shouldn't be too disappointed with that session. He was held up earlier by other riders. Just lifts the wheel a little bit as he crosses the line for the last time. But that's a superb job done there in free practice 2 for ASB 1000 for the Japanese rider Soichiro Minamoto. His compatriot Yuki Kuni, next best. Now you can see the wind's blowing quite strongly. A lot of riders have referred to concerns about crosswinds on this circuit, as you might expect, being as close as it is to the Indian Ocean. And we just wait for the results to come up. Daniel's gone down to pit lane. So we're hoping he's going to speak to Andy Farid, but there's confirmation from that session. Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia, 136.598. Next best, fellow Japanese rider Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hark Pro, 136.9. Hafiz Shirin was third. Fourth, Andy Farid Ijtihad for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astemo. Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW was fifth. Decent session from him. Nakarina Tirapuvapat got very few laps in after 2 technical problems. Casper Daniel for Yamaha Technique was 7th, and 8th Zakwan Zaidi, who had another crash in that session. Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports Group recorded a best time of 138.4 to finish 9th. 10th Aslan Shah, quiet session from him. Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team 11th. 12th, Eric Saputra, who came out late in the session but got a few laps in. Choyu Zhou, 13th, with a best time of 145.263. So that is the Superbike session done. And coming up next, we are going to have the Underbone 150s. It'll be a 30-minute session for them. Coming up in about 7 minutes from now, at 2:20 in the afternoon, local time, here at Mandalika. We are here, of course. This is day 1 of 3 for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Stay with us, we're going down to Daniel any moment now.
So we're down here with Andy Farid. Andy, it's a home race for you, and your season has been pretty good so far. You've been consistent, but this time around, a lot of riders are starting to look quick. How do you feel about this weekend?
Yeah, I feel this morning when start the season, I feel very confident on the bike. But we try some setting, but it's not go in the right way. So I was a bit difficult this FP2. So I think we will go back the setup from FP1 and let's see in FP3.
We also noticed one thing, that the majority of the riders started using the hard front and hard rear. Is that the preferred compound for this weekend?
Yeah, let's see. I still not decide yet which I wanna use for the race, but yeah, we still not have so much lap with the hard tire, and also medium also still not fixed.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're down here with Osama from Victor Racing. So Osama, this is your second full season in Asia Racing Championship. How do you feel so far making your progress?
Actually, it's the first season. I was just a wild card last year. However, the progress has been there. We managed to improve gradually in safety manner, as you can see. And yeah, I'm really excited and looking forward to improve more on the bike and understand more. It's just such really fun and such an honor to race with all these expert riders. Yeah, it's always fun.
It's your second time in Mandalika now, so how do you feel your progress has been in the circuit?
As you can see, the track is always, the condition changes from year to year, from event to event, depending on a lot of things. Of course, it's better than starting from zero. You already have some data from last year, so you get to start from there and progress forward.
Thank you so much, Osama. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to a bright and breezy Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit on the sun-kissed island of Lombok in Indonesia. We are here, of course, for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And in a leisurely manner, out onto the circuit are coming the 26 runners and riders for the Underbone 150 class. As ever, it has been a fantastic season of racing in Underbones. The championship lead by a decent margin of 14 points is with the defending champion Nazrul Izzat Bahudin for UMA Racing Malaysia, and he's done that by dint of some really consistent finishes. He hasn't won a race, but he's been second, he's been third, he's been fifth, and he's finished all races, and that is what you need to do to win a championship and or to retain a championship. So he's doing, in my opinion, everything right so far, Nazrul. This morning he had an early mechanical problem that kept him out of the session, so nothing to really judge him on so far today, but this is the second session of 2 for the Underbone 150s, and this one counts because the combined times from this morning's session and from this one will determine who goes through into qualifying 1 and who goes through into qualifying 2. Of course, everybody wants to get into qualifying 2, including this rider, the 2022 Underbone champion, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, running on that fabulous, easy to pick out number 60 for Racetech 60 team, his own team. He's one of 3 riders for his own team this weekend. So there's a wild card out running with him and with Aditya Fauzi. And I'll tell you who that is in a moment when I catch up. So the outlaps are complete as most of the field rumbles by. Just going through there, one of the very distinctive wildcards that we were looking at a lot this morning, belonging to Kiki Sudirman Manoram for JPNW Racetech. He was down the order but lapping nice and consistently. There you have Masato Fernando, number 17 machine, the Filipino rider on the Giro Mobi Motor Oil Racing machine. He's running with Afif Amran, or Pit Spike One Way. Teammate to Akid Aziz, who, although not leading the championship, is second and has been looking very much like the form rider in this class. Is Afif Amran running there with Giancarlo Maurizio, the number 27 on the UMA Racing Philippines Yamaha. This field packed full of quality, loads of professional Underbone racers. There was something kicked up there. I think it was something more than a tear-off. There goes the number 27, that's Giancarlo Maurizio. He's got Afif Amran behind him. And going to use this colour identification again, the minty green number 17 of Masato Fernando. And just mentioned as the apparent form rider at the moment, Akid Aziz jumps to the top of the timing screens. Just have a little look here.
Oh, it's a knee slide that's gone off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens from time to time.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Couldn't see what it was. I knew it was more than a tear-off, but
yeah, conveniently it went off racing line and went back on, so that's a...
yeah.
Faris Putra now the fastest rider on track. Faris Putra has been really, really impressive ever since he's come into this field. He doesn't even ride 150s in his domestic championship, so it's a real impressive improvement from Faris Putra. Of course, he's had experience on different machines, 250s, as well as prototype machinery, but for him to come into this field and instantly become competitive in the top 10 is truly impressive.
Yeah, he's a rider with a great attitude.
Yep.
And to use the term you used earlier, he carries himself well, he speaks well. He's an intelligent racer and really enjoying working in the Cardinals team with Fazrul Sham and the rest of the team there.
You know, it's impressive. He's only 15 and he has this real maturity to him. It's really good to see.
Yeah, there, just in the centre of your screen there for a moment was the 157 of Murabol Vitoni. He was the fastest rider this morning. So in there is the 222, the increasingly present number 222 of Fahmi Bassam. He's been giving us plenty of excitement this season. Fahmi Bassam is currently lying 6th in the standings. One win. He won the first race of the season at Buriram, which is always a great way to get our attention. It's the number 33, Faris Putra. His teammate is probably old enough to be his dad, thinking about it. There's Fahmi Bassam, and in amongst them as well, the number 70 of Shirak Shauki. This group now being led by Fahmi Bassam. Nice and tight, so if you think ahead to the race tomorrow and you multiply that number of bikes by 3, that will be about the reasonable expectation for what you can see in the leading group. Fahmi dropping back there towards the back of the group. Faris Putra just at the back of it. Aldiaz Aksal Ismail, wildcard. Shirak Shauki. Number 70 bike, that belongs to the Indonesian team, GG Galak Galak ex-GDT Racing Team, my favourite named team of the weekend. And it is Faris Putra who is on the top of the timing screens. Just behind him, Aditya Fauzi, who you may remember first appeared in ARRC this time last year, just under a year ago, when we had round 4 here at Mandalika. And I know he was 4th in race 2, I think he was about 7th in race 1, but he made a fantastic debut for his current team, Race Tech 60.
Yeah, Aditya Fauzi came in as a wild card and now as a potential championship fighter, and it's really been a good performance from Aditya this season.
Two wild cards in the top 4, Al Diaz and Ricky Ibrahim. These 5 running together to some benefit, I have to say. They're trying to help each other into qualifying 2 tomorrow morning. We'll have to see on combined times. The other bikes we've seen in free practice 2 have been a little slower than they were in the first session. So best time last time out was 154.333 for Morogo Vitoni. So almost the same. Bajral Sham has come up into 5, so that's Cardinals with 2 riders in the top 5. Akir Aziz in 6th.
Yeah.
Kreshner in 7th.
And the Cardinals making good steps forward. They were struggling in the early portion of the season to really get into those higher positions, but it seems that they have found a few steps forward now. They progress well. I mean, you have the close to legend status Bajral Sham and Faris Putra, the young talent on the rise. It's a good pairing.
Yeah, it's a great pairing. They really get along well. It is almost father and son. I think the age gap is just about enough. If you start young. Just going through there is Pirapong Louis Bimpeng for team One for All. Currently down in 20th. We know he's capable of more than that. Best time this morning, 157.5. So about a second quicker than he has been so far. So the sole time representative in this category, looking for an improvement. Just ahead of him, he's got the number 96 of Hafiz Farel Rasiadan, or SCK. And the Racetech 60 wild card going through there of Hafid Pratamaditya. There goes Fahmi Bassam. He's still got Shirat Shaki for company. They arc their way through turns 15, 16. It's going to be mayhem in this section of the circuit tomorrow when we get to race time.
Rider without a proper lap time set still is Nazrul Izzat, championship leader. He had issues this morning and it's continuing on for him, so he needs to get a lap time in for proper position. Because I know he's going to miss out on a good chunk of positions in front of him. And as we know...
absolutely, yeah. I mean, I guess he needs to get himself into the top 13.
So it's going to be a tough weekend for Nazrul. He's had great results here last season.
He did, yeah, first and second. And the second was
a photo finish.
Photo finish on exactly the same time as Aroy Gasca, who of course now is in 250s. But yeah, he had a phenomenal weekend here last year.
Looks like bike issues just the only thing stopping Nazrul this weekend so far, so we hope that he does make it out on track for a proper lap with the 15 minutes that we have left.
Yeah, here is Hafid, the wild card for Racetech 60. We're fielding 3 riders this weekend. Let's check in on the team boss, Wayu Aji Trelaksana. Well, the 2022 champion is 25th and the 2023 champion is 26th at the moment. So those two right at the bottom of the timing screen, so not all going swimmingly.
Just looking back at the top, nothing much has changed, but it is a really good performance from Aldiaz Aksal and Ricky Ibrahim. Pair of them, 2nd and 4th respectively.
Yeah, the depth of underbone racing in Indonesia is quite something. Malaysia too.
Indonesia and underbone racing just really breeds through, and the amount of races that they have in underbones is unbelievable.
I think going through there, the heat haze just blurred it a little bit, but I think that was John Emerson and Gito going through there. Here are 2 Uma machines. So Shafiq Rosley, who I think he didn't feature this morning, so it's good to see him on track. And Alif Daniel Asri.
So the 2 Pits Bike JRT Tech team riders as well coming out. That'll be Akid and Afif making their way out on track.
Yeah, what a pairing they are. And such good form we've seen recently from Akid.
Yeah, Akid's still strong in second in the championship. His teammate Afif a bit lower down in 7th. But if anyone who follows their racing careers, the pair of them really performing well in other championships. So we hope to see similar here. It'd be good to have a proper battle on the top.
Yeah, for sure it would. I just see behind, I think that's Adichie there, behind him is Gupita Krishna coming out. About 12.5 minutes remaining of this second and final session of the day for the Underbones. Yeah, there he is. There is Gupita Krishna. 2 Underbone championships under his belt a few years back now.
I have a feeling Aditya's going to bring something special this weekend. He just finished a second and first place in his domestic championship 2 weeks ago here in Mandalika as well. So he's ready, and if we've seen his form, we know that he's always going to be a front runner. He's always going to be a top contender.
Yeah, looks like problems here for Gupita Krishna. Going around slowly. He's had his hand up now for a few turns.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to nurse it back to pit lane.
There, number 13 is that kid, followed by the number 50, his teammate for JRT Pits Bike One Way, Afif Amran. They're going to be looking for something decent to see their way through to Q2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's how the Pits Bike team wanted to run. Akid in front of Afif. Akid with his smaller form factor will be able to slide through the air and just get that little bit of extra, well, a little bit of less slip compared to Afif, who's actually quite a tall rider for an Underbone bike.
Yes, he is. And there he goes. He's going to punch that hole in the air just in front of Akid now. They're lying 5th and 10th. Akid 5th, Afif 10th currently, so they're both provisionally in Q2, but not safe with almost 11 minutes remaining.
It looks like Akid just pulling alongside Afif, telling him, slow down, I'm going to help you, don't worry.
Yeah, and behind them that's Alif Daniel. Alif, where is he right now? Yeah, he's got some work to do, currently 23rd with the best time of 1:58.
To my knowledge, it's Alif's first time on 150 machinery. He's a replacement rider for this round. So it'll be a few learning curves for him. His first task will be to just latch onto that front group. And if he finds himself there, then anything's possible.
That's Alif. No, sorry, that's not Alif. It's Shafiq Rosley.
Fahmi Bassam's found his way up into 5th now. Improvement for Fahmi, 155.062.
Yeah, he did a 154.588 this morning in the cooler conditions.
Track temperature's starting to drop a little, with just about a degree less than it was a couple hours ago. We saw it peak around 55, 56 degrees Celsius, now we're down to about 54. The sun will be setting around 5:36 p.m.
Yeah, the last session for ASB 1000 is scheduled to finish at 5:30. So yeah, did notice last night, isn't it? It feels like an early sunset, doesn't it? There's John Emerson in Gito. So always an exciting rider to watch, and Fahmi Bassam decides just to run on and reset.
It's good they have this runoff area just to pull aside just in case of an issue, and looks like he did have a bit of an issue. Just looking down at his shifter. Yeah, I think he's struggling to get into gear, so that seems to be Fahmi's session done and dusted.
Yeah, seemed to be. He's got a 155 here, and he was a 154.5 earlier, so he should be comfortable to go through to Q2 tomorrow.
So he's not feeling comfortable right now. Nazrul Izzat, he's still yet to set a lap time, and this looks very likely the big possibility, and if he doesn't get out within the 7 minutes remaining, he won't be in Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, he won't be in Q2.
Sorry, Q2 that is, yeah.
So he's going to have to do the hard work.
Oh, and now goes one of the SEK riders. That was the rear tire.
That's John Emerson Mingito.
Oh, that's Rekiat Yusuf. Yeah, it's the SEK of Rekiat Yusuf.
Right.
And that's the rear tire just washing away really quickly. That was a fast crash. He just flips to the left, and I don't know if it was cold temperature or whatnot, but the rear tire just went away so quickly.
It was just like it was almost tripped up.
Could be cooler temperatures on the left as he flipped back, but can't imagine that there's that much time on the right side until it would get that cold, but that was a weird one.
Yeah, it was, and just going through there was the rider I just maligned, John Emerson Mingito. There is this morning's session topper, Marable Vitoni, number 157 for LNHP 969. And there is Kiki Suderman on the purple bike, just following their Pirapong Nubumpeng. That's the number 14 of Pirapong. There's the wild card, Kiki Suderman.
Ooh, and Aditya Fauzi goes up to the top. Ooh, one of the elephant bikes are up. That's
Murabo. No, sorry, that's
Ricky
Ricky.
Ibrahim.
Yeah.
Ricky Ibrahim, one of the new additions to this Underbone 150 class. He's out on the gravel trap, but luckily for him, it doesn't look like it's a bad one. And someone's gone off here as well. That is number 60. Sorry, that's not 70.
That's Shauki.
That was a weird one as well. He looked like he just couldn't get that bike stopped. So in quick succession, two riders going off in the gravel trap, but cleared very quickly.
Yeah, pushing as we get into the last stages to try and find their way into Q2.
Yeah, Aditya Fauzi, once again, continuing on his string of good performances. He's up into the fastest spot, 154.413.
Yeah, it's just a tenth slower than the best time from this morning, which was a faster session. There goes Shafiq Rosley. Still got some work to do. He missed this morning's session. He's currently way down in 24th with 4 minutes left on the clock. Qualifying 1 and 2 certainly adds a little bit of spice to free practice, doesn't it, for the Underbone 150s?
Yeah, it makes these sessions that much more important. So it's not really just a session where you find your setup, you have to put in a good lap time. Otherwise it's just a whole nother qualifying session that you'll have to go through to try and make it into the next one.
It's Dimas the second of the two Yamahas in Team One for All in this class, Pirapong being the other one.
Akid Aziz has just gone up to the top of 154.231. So Akid, we mentioned how his form has been good, and he has started to show it now. His teammate in comparison, Nafif, up down in 10th.
Yeah.
That's been the story of the season, hasn't it? It's just been Akid really fighting at the top and Nafif just missing out by just a little bit.
Yeah, and in these hotter conditions now, that's the best time of the day, which gives you a measure of just how good he is.
Yeah, Akid is on brilliant form. When he's got his rhythm, there's just no stopping him. And right now for the championship, he is only trailing by 14 points. So a good result here because Nazrul Izzat does not have much track time so far today. Well, barely any actually. So this could be the round where Akid Aziz makes up the gap, and practice 2 is anything to go by. He's going to really bring a show.
Yeah, Nazrul was very even about the pressure that Akid is putting on him now in the championship. He might be feeling a little bit different. Well, you can see how hard he's pushing.
Oh, that was his front really just nearly running away there.
Well, he's guaranteed himself a place in Q2. Shafiq Rosley, we wouldn't have expected to see him way down in 24th. That's where he is. He's going to have a bit of hard work to do tomorrow. There are only just over 1.5 minutes remaining. I think that's that kid I just saw coming into pit lane.
Yeah, I think Shafiq Rosley just needs more time on the Underbone bikes and just needs to find his way around.
Yeah, and Gupita looked like he was struggling. He's up into, yeah, he's up into first. I was just going to say he was up into 10th, and then he jumped up 9 places. Well, he was a race winner at Motegi, and now he's top of the second free practice session of the day, and he will be the fastest rider unless something dramatic happens in the next minute. Be the fastest rider into Q2 tomorrow. Fantastic. Talking about Akid Aziz, giving him all the attention as a form rider, but Gupita Krishna, race winner in Motegi, and fastest now. It's just that he hasn't been there throughout the session, has he?
That's the thing. Gupita has had a brilliant season if you don't look at his DNFs, because even despite not finishing 3 races, only completing 2 out of 5, he's still sitting 5th in the championship and trailing by 32 points.
Yeah.
Had he just finished those races.
Yeah. Oh, and there's another late faller, and that is John Emerson Mingito this time. Hopefully he's okay, maybe winded.
Yeah, that was a fast one.
Yeah, that was a fast one, but I think he's all right. Feeling when all the air gets knocked out of your body. Anyway, checkered flag is out now. You just see there that was a fast crash, and the gravel looks like a big pit full of Cocoa Pops, but it's doesn't feel so good when you land on it at that speed. So Dimas Julie for Team One for All in 3rd, Norbil Bertoni, another late crasher in this session. 4th, Aditya Fauzi, 5th. Best of the wildcards is Habib Patamaditya for Racetech 60. Oil flag being waved there. I'm not sure whether that's just to get them to slow down.
Yeah, I didn't see anything happening around turn 1 unless it was an incident with Shirat Shauki.
Well, we'll wait and see. what we can see now is the sea. And shortly coming up will be the results for that second free practice session of the day. Do check on the website for the combined times, because those will determine who goes through to qualifying 2 tomorrow.
Just got an update on Nuz release that he's at the medical center, so we hope it's not. We hope whatever happened to him is not too serious, or whatever it is, we'll get some updates on that.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to see the defending champion and championship leader out of proceedings. But there is former champion Gupita Krishna Wardana, 153.835 set late in the session, gives him first place. And Nikita Aziz for Pittsbike One-Way JRT Tech 2 is second. Dimas Juliet Moko for Team One for All was third. Fourth, Morville with Tony for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia. Aditya Fauzi for Racetech 60 was fifth fastest. Hafid Pradamaditya for Racetech 60 was sixth. Great performance from the wildcard. Fariz Putra of Cardinals was seventh. Aldiaz Axel, another quick wildcard for Yamaha Yamaluzia LFN 969, was eighth. And in ninth was another good wildcard, Ricky Ibrahim, also for Yamaha LFN. Fahmi Bassam, always a contender, but down in 10th this time. And in 11th, Pirapong Nui Bimpeng, 155.4, so he's been improving. Fajrul Sham for Cardinals is 12th. Afif Amran, 13th. 14th, Wayuaji Trilaksana, the team boss, the slowest of the three Yamahas from his own team. And Sharat Shauki for GG Galak Galak X GDT Racing was 15th. 16th, John Emerson Gito, late crash for him. Rizal Feriadi 17th. 18th, Masato Fernando, some way down the order on the G-Ren Kobe Motor Oil Yamaha. Giancarlo Maurizio, fellow Filipino, 19th. 20th, Husni Zainal Fauzi. 21st, Hafid Barrel Razyadan. And Rekat Yusuf, who also crashed in that session. Best time recorded 156.571. 23rd, Alif Daniel Asri for Uma Racing Philippines. 24th, Shafiq Rosli, way down the order. Clearly not everything going his way. And 25th was Kiki Sudaman Manurung. And mystery surrounds at the moment the condition and situation for Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, the championship leader. He was 26th. So there, once again, is the magnificent Indian Ocean, just a stone's throw from where we are sitting right now, if you've got a good arm. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, it will be with the second session of the day, with similar odds at stake for qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. That will be coming up in 6 or 7 minutes from now, so stay with us. We are coming to you live from Mandalika for day 1 of 3 of round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG 7.
Welcome back to Mandalika International Street Circuit here on the island of Lombok, this idyllic location and a fantastic venue for motorcycle racing. Just a stone's throw from the Indian Ocean and in gorgeous conditions here. The riders would say that the wind's probably a little bit higher than ideal. especially for the lighter weight bikes like TVS Asia One Make Championship, now coming out for their second session of the day. As for the Underbones, they have a split qualifying session tomorrow morning. So what the riders do on track in this session will count towards the combined times that will determine who has to go into qualifying 1 and who goes straight through to qualifying 2 to determine tomorrow's top. It's going to be top 7 or 8 grid positions. These bikes coming round now to complete their out laps and start their flying laps. As the green flags wave next to the finish line, send them on their way. This has been a season with plenty of great racing, TVS Asia One Make Championship. If you look at the results round by round and nothing else, you'll see that Hiroki Ono, number 2 rider, not there on your screen at the moment, but he has won all 5 races so far this year. He's been chased consistently and tenaciously by Ramdan Rosli, who's not for a moment given up the chase. It's been a really impressive season for Ramdan Rosli. He hasn't dropped his head despite having to play second fiddle to Hiroki Ono so far. Hiroki Ono is a brilliant, experienced racer, World Championship, European experience, dominating in the Moto3, the GP3 class, in the MFJ All Japan Championship. So superb quality, experienced racer, now 30 years old, I think. Absolutely dominant, but he was run very close last time out of Motegi by exciting young Japanese racer Zen Mitani, and has been kept honest all the way through the season by Ramdan. As we often say, it is the mixture of experienced riders like Ramdan and Hiroki Ono and the project leader and really the brains behind this series, Vorapong Malahuan, and the young riders that come in like Sartik Shaban, like Rishi Takahiro, those 2 riders currently at the top of the standings. Ati Kanger, Deki Tiano, it's that combination of fearless youth and experienced professionalism has made for some really fantastic racing. Number 10 there going through is that of Rishi Takahira and Sartak Shaban. And if I had to pick out 2 of the most exciting races in the field this time around, it's Rishi going very wide there. Sorry, I just remembered to pronounce it Rich, not the the I sound on the end is silent. That leaves Sartak, number 9, making his way. Sartak blisteringly fast. Young rider, hasn't found the consistency yet, threatening every time out. Looking at his results this season, he's had 2 podiums, third and a second in Buriram in round 1. He had a P6 and a DNF after he jump started and was eventually black flagged for not doing the ride through. So an error from him, which he told us he has learned from. He's an articulate rider with a good deal of humility and self-knowledge, which is a good sign for his future. And there is the number 1 machine there, Muzakir Mohammed. He's had injuries with shoulder, collarbone, which have hampered him this season in his championship defence. Currently 5th. Best time so far in this session is with Sartak Shaban, 146.883. And best time in free practice 1 was 145.7 by Hiroki Ono. And what we normally see in these, well, in virtually any session, except for racing, is Hiroki Ono will just do a few laps and then pull the pin right at the end and break the hearts of his competitors. That's what he did this morning. But he was only 0.2 faster than Ramdan Rosley and 0.7 quicker than Rishi Takahira. Warapong Malahuan also going well this morning. Warapong currently down in 13th. I saw him on track earlier. He's obviously had a problem and gone back into the pits. But we're riding with the session topper as we speak, Sartak Shaban. Number 9, a bit of competition rising up between the Indian riders. Here we've got Sartak alongside is Kawe Ahmed and Shiran Vishwanath. Shiran was very competitive this morning. Currently down in 10th. Sartak on his first visit to Mandalika, impressing, as he has done pretty much everywhere else. If you can see on your device that you're watching on, a bit of break up there, that probably is because of the wind we're experiencing here. So Sartak a full second quicker than Dekitiano Aldi, the only regular Indonesian rider in the championship. There's a wild card from Indonesia here, Cheryl Amin, who's riding the number 18 machine when you spot it. Now we're with the number 9 Sartak, who completes another lap. That was a 146.9, so good pace from Sartak. His best time 146.8. So showing the kind of consistency that he's going to need to convert his raw speed and talent into race results. And if it sounds like I'm willing him on, I am, because India is such an important country for motorcycle racing. They've got a huge fan base, a really strong grassroots championship system, and we're just willing fast Indian rider to break through on the international level, and this is a great place to do it. Warapong Malahuan, the 2022, the inaugural champion for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, moves up into 3rd and within half a second of one of his many proteges, Sartak Shaban. Warapong faded a bit this season. Last season he was 3rd in the championship, but always there or thereabouts for a podium finish, but that hasn't been the case this year. But speaking to him yesterday, we did the interviews, he looked very much as though he wanted to downplay his role as the leader of this project and become competitive for the rest of the season, grab as many podiums as he can. On number 12 going through there is Irvin Eksan, the Singaporean rider. There he is. But at the top of the timing screens we have Sartak, Warapong, Dekitiano Aldi. Ramdan Rosley currently 4th, Rishi Takahira 5th, Musakia 6th, and 7th Hiroki Ono, whose best time in this session so far is about 2.5 seconds off his best time this morning. So watch this space. Now we're looking at Dekichiano Aldi, the number 5. 5 reflects his finishing position in last year's championship. And he is one of the mainstays of this championship now. This is his 3rd season. The riders have got better. The machines gotten better as well. Over Nexan behind him. And the number 10, Rishi Takahira. Just going nice and cleanly past Irvin. Going really wide there. I beg your pardon, that was Rishi Takahira going wide there. Looking at Warapong there, that's number 3 with the bright yellowy green, or let's say lime coloured helmet. He's riding with Ati Kanger, but an error there from Warapong. So he aborts this lap. Lets the other riders go. Then he got way off wide onto the rumble strip. First half of the rumble strip isn't too rumbly, but as you get further to the outside, it's become a little bit more like concrete steps that you're riding over. Goes Vorapong, duly recovered. 6.5 minutes left in this 20-minute session. And Hiroki Ono, sure enough, has jumped up to the top of the timing screens, and he's pulled the pin now because on his next lap he set the fastest times of the session so far in sectors 1 and sector 2. So here he comes, the Japanese heartbreaker. Vorapong has got Ati Kanger, his fellow Thai behind him. Ati making a promising start in the TVS Asia One Make Championship this year. He was down the order, perhaps with a few problems this morning. Best time over 158.6. Best time for Hiroki Ono this morning was 145.6. So about 0.7 quicker than the best time that he's set now, and that best time is 1.4 seconds faster than the rider who just won't let him alone, and that is the Malaysian Ramdan Rosli. Sartak pushed down to 3rd now. Chirant Vishwanath is 4th, so Indian riders in 3rd and 4th. Hiroki Ono, sure enough, that's a 145.2, the fastest time of the day. Fastest through every single sector. And that means that he is 1.2 seconds faster than Rishi Takahira. And 1.4 seconds faster than that rider who just won't give up the chase, Ramdan Rosli. Sartak now 4th with a 146.8. That's about 0.7 quicker than his best time this morning. Deki 147, almost identical time with Rocco Sessler, the German. Rocco has just jumped up to 146.799. So nice, good lap there for the young 15-year-old German. is Ramdan. I would describe him as tenacious. He just won't give up the chase on Hiroki Ono, no matter how many times he has to finish behind him. And that is such an admirable quality in a competitor. And if you're the rider ahead, it can get unnerving after a while. So there is Ramdan. He's not going to create a threat on this time around. But he has just closed the gap to 0.8 of a second. Ramdan is the second fastest rider here. There is Hiroki Ono, number 2. He finished second in last year's championship after competing in only 4 rounds. Looking neat and blisteringly quick at the same time. Fastest time once again through sector 1. He went onto the green that time, so he needs to be careful there. That shows how hard he's pushing on this lap. 2.5 minutes remaining in this session, so he will get this lap and one more before the checkered flag comes out. But it's always at this stage in the session that Hiroki Ono shows up. Decent sector 2. Second fastest time after his own through sector 2. And still he pushes on. 20.7 through sector 3. Again, second fastest to his own time. Depending on how he goes through the fourth and final sector, he may improve his lap time or not. Let's take a look, 1:45.5, so it's 0.3 of a second slower, but incredible pace and faster than anybody else has done by far. Next best is Ramdan on 1:46.1. Hiroki Ono was here last year, smashed the competition quite comfortably. Had a winning margin of 7 seconds in race 1, 5 seconds in race 2. This season, the margins have got a lot tighter. And now we're looking at Ati Kange, number 11, the 10 Rish Takahira. And hounding them, the number 9 of Sartak, who's just gone past. Trying to get one more fast lap in. Those were identical times through, almost identical times through sector 1. Very decent times from those two riders. They're not going to beat Hiroki Ono this time around, but they will change the order a little bit. There is the number 3, Boropong Malahuan, just ahead there of Sartak, number 9. And it's a good sector for Rish Takahira. Those riders all in the final sector now. So the final order, and remember that these positions count for tomorrow morning, whether they go into Q1 or Q2. Here they come, round turn 17. It's Rish Takahira, number 10. Goes wide. And Rish Takahira remains in P2, Sartak 3, Ramdan Rosli 4th, and Boropong Malahuan in 5th. Ati Kange very close to Boropong's time in 6th. So if you take out Hiroki Ono's time, bear with me, there is just half a second separating those, but there is a gap at the top to Hiroki Ono. Looking down there across to turn 1 from a high angle, and you can see how windy it is. somehow that is being blown around. We do, of course, have vertigo resistant camera operators here. Absolutely brilliant work that they do, as they are now. I'd have been sick and fallen off by now if I was operating that particular camera. We wait for the results, and here they are. There he is. Not quite a crushing margin, but a half-second margin at the top for Hiroki Ono. 145.236. Next best, Rish Takahira, 145.7. Sartak Shavan, another good session for him. Just a couple of hundredths behind Rish Takahira. Ramdan Rosli, always there, 145.9 for him. Rocco Sessler came through well late in the session, 146.3. Then it was Warapong Malahuan, Ati Kanger, virtually on the same time, those two, and just behind them, Chirant Vishwanath. Dekichano Aldi, the only regular Indonesian in this championship, was 9th with a 146.9. 10th defending champion, still recovering from injury, Muzakir Mohammed. 11th, Kim Min Jae, the ever-improving Korean. KY Ahmed was 12th. 13th, Irvin Eksan, the Singaporean rider. And Sharul Amin, the Indonesian wildcard, was 14th. So on the combined times of this session and this morning's free practice 1, the positions for tomorrow morning's qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 will be determined. So keep an eye out for that as we go out with that long shot there. Coming up next here at Mandalika, we still have plenty more for you this afternoon. Next up will be the AP250s for their third and final session of the afternoon, then the 600s, and then finally the third free practice session for the ASB 1000s. So stay with us, we're going to take a short commercial break now, and we'll be back with the AP250s, so stay with us. We're at Pertamina Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. A very warm welcome back to the bright, breezy and sunny Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit here in Lombok, Indonesia. We have plenty of action left for you this afternoon. This is the third and final session for the AP250s. 26 bikes in this class. Already 2 good sessions completed. Just waiting for some track temperature information as we get into the slightly later stages of the afternoon. Track temperature currently 51.8, so about 5 or 6 degrees off the peak, and very much within perfect working temperature range for the Dunlop slicks that these AP250s are running on. Great shot there to give you some perspective of this circuit. That being the run through to turn 15 and 16, I think I'm right in saying. So 26 riders. We had 2 quite different practice sessions this morning. The second one was topped by Herjan Atner Firdaus, just a tenth or so quicker than his 15-year-old teammate Kiandra Ramadipa. Kiandra, of course, in Motegi took 2 wins, double win for Kiandra. Coming out now are the 3 Yamahas of, get the wildcard name right here, but we've got Ferozi Torokatula, Arai Agaska, and third one, who is Kandra Nurmawan, who's been looking really good. He was 12th in the second session, but in the first session he was 7th with 149.133. So while we're talking about lap times, let's put a couple of markers down, meaning that last time at Mandalika, when the machines were slightly quicker and slightly more expensive to prepare, some rule changes has brought the costs down in this class, but we were looking at lap times. So with me, lap times of 140 in the 147s as a decent race pace. And what we saw this morning were first session, Arai Agaska topped that one from Kiandra, 148.3. And in the second session, 147.5 was Herjan Atner. So the practice times we've seen so far very much reflect race pace. The number 16 on your screen is a familiar number, but not such a familiar bike for that rider. That rider, the number 16 there, is Irfan Ardiansyah. He's riding for the Malaysian team SCK and doing a very decent job of it. He was talking to Daniel earlier and said how happy he was to be back in the fold with ARRC, and it's good to see him there, although we were used to seeing him, of course, on an Astra Honda with a pink helmet, and always in the mix, occasionally getting himself into a little bit of disciplinary trouble, but feisty competitor and a great rider to have back in this championship. This is a 30-minute session. We're 4.5 minutes into it. Herjan Atner is the number 46 there, topping this session and topped the free practice 2. Just behind him, he's got the very rapid Piawat Patumyos for East NJT Racing Team, the Thai-based team. Then there goes through the number 16, Irfan, leading a group just behind them. Free practice 2, Piawat, decent session, 148.4. Laps enough for P6. And we know he's quality. We've seen him for a couple of seasons in AP250 prior to this one. Last season he was in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And at the front there you've got the Motor Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki's of Aiki Yoshi, number 37, and number 21, Deandra Triardika, the Indonesian Triardika, and Yoshi, the Japanese rider who's been in this category for many seasons, now accepting the challenge of making this heavier but very quick 4-cylinder, 4-inline cylinder 250cc Kawasaki work. He has to ride it in a very different way to the twins with the extra weight. Means it's got more top-end power, but it's more difficult to slow down under braking, of course, because of that extra weight, which is about 15 kilograms, so it's a huge amount of extra weight to have on a race bike. But they've got good corner speed, and through the first 3 sectors of this Mandalika circuit, that should work for the Kawasaki's. They are likely to have trouble because of the configuration with the tight turns and the torque that's needed to get you out of those turns around turns 15, 16 and 17. Have a look out for those, perhaps a little bit later in the session. All 3 East NJT entries just went through there. Number 27 is Warwick Tomnapakun, just being passed there by Irfan Ardiansyah. Irfan really knows his way around here. Both tall riders, Irfan and Warwick. Behind them is Piawat. And then the number 26 machine. Number 26 machine of Ramaputra for this Glow for Men racing team. A well turned out team indeed. And this Glow for Men, we understand, is UV protection cream, and I guess it's for men, judging by the name. But a great product to put on show here in Indonesia, and particularly Lombok Island, where people come to soak up the sun. There's Irfan, followed by Warwick, followed by Ramaputra. There is Herjan, second in the championship, fastest in this session, fastest in the previous session. Just ahead of him, he's got his younger teammate, Kyandra Ramadipa. These 2 riders having come through the talent development system of Astra Honda, who just keep producing wave after wave of brilliant riders. Look further up the categories through Super Sport 600s, Adinanta Putra, look up to the ASB 1000 class. Andy Faridis-Dihar, now with Honda Asia Dream Racing, came through Astra Honda. It's a phenomenal and long-running success story for the Indonesian-based team. These Hondas had arguably a little power advantage last year. This year, the equalization of the regulations has put the Yamaha R3s and the Kawasaki 4-cylinder 250s very much on even terms. But what's been impressive has been the way that Herjan has shrugged off the loss of advantage and really got his head down and worked hard. Made one mistake, or had one bad outing so far this season in Motegi. He'll be looking to repair that in front of his home fans. And Keandra will be wanting to beat his teammate again. They are number 1 and 2 in the championship, so there will certainly be no team orders, except don't knock each other off. Number 222 there is Ray Ratikore, who's making a welcome return to ARRC as a wild card. Fast, feisty rider we've always enjoyed seeing in this category, but a bit of formation flying here from Hergen and Keandra. Ferozi Torakatula, who's been a little bit quiet today, has put himself at the top of the timing screens after 11 minutes, 147.528, and down goes one of the East NJT teams. Must apologise, I missed that while I was glaring at the timing screens. I think that is Warwick number 27. No, it's not, it's number 25, is Watcherin Tubtimon. Normally you'd say that was a very well turned out bike. It still looks pretty good despite the tumble. So back into pit lane for a checkup for Watcherin, and there is a rider who's been looking good all the way through this free practice Friday. Sharifuddin Azman, the number 63, riding for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. A much fancied Malaysian rider, coming back after seasons in Moto3 into ARRC 250s, making the adaptation well from production-based bikes, looking really aggressive there with the Yamaha of Ferozi Torakatula. Really wants to get past. And well, there's a rider who learned his craft, as I said, in Moto3, where no prisoners are taken, no quarter is asked or given. So there he is, hounding the two Yamahas in front of him. Keandra Hermawan, I beg his pardon, the wild card for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and the regular rider there, Ferozi Torakatula. Arayagaska is elsewhere. Arayagaska topped the first session this morning, faded a bit in the second session. Arayagaska currently 7th in this one. Let's take another look here as contacts made there between the elbow of Sharifuddin and the boot of Ferozi Torakatula, and that's just in free practice, so we're in for another cracking race without a doubt. That will have just raised the adrenaline a little bit in both riders, create a little bit of competitive edge between them, a little bit of resentment. One thing you don't want to do is let any rider think that they can bully you, so Ferozi needs to really snap back at Sharifuddin. Otherwise it's advantage Sharifuddin in any confrontation that might happen tomorrow. But let's see what happens. Ferozi is the fastest rider on track currently, from Hergen, from Keandra, and we haven't seen him on screen yet, but the number 56, the very familiar number 56 of Galang Hendra, Pratama, is the 4th fastest rider on track. Times now, best time for Ferozi, 146.9, and 1 second slower down in 4th is Galang Hendra. As we get to on the dot, midway in this 30-minute session, in comes Sharifuddin and a whole stream of other riders, including Ferozi Torakatula just coming in behind him. Fernardiancia is in, looking over the window. And there is Arai Gaska, the exciting young 15-year-old for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. We were talking about what a great job Astra Honda doing bringing young talented riders through. Well, Yamaha Indonesia, I can tell you, do a very similar job. And Arai Gaska is one of the latest stars to come through. We first saw him here at Mandalika just under a year ago when we came here for round 4 of the 2023 championship. We saw him in Underbones when he was 4th, I think I'm right in saying, in race 2. I'm just doing this from memory now, but he won race 1 on a dead heat photo finish with Nazrul Izzat. Now here he is in AP 250s, doing a fantastic job here. Just ahead of him, he's got Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. And I didn't catch the rider just in front of them. I think it might have been the Victor Racing Yamaha, but we'll just check on that in a moment, as and when we can. Yeah, that's the number 73 of Gao Zhang, Chinese rider. Actually not for Victor Racing, for Team One For All. Running in green colours, which is different to the colours they run in the Underbone 150s. But there is number 41, Irfan Haikal, promising rider. We're waiting for him to come through to show what he's capable of. He's got another brilliant young rider ahead of him, that is Arai Gaska. And Gao Zhang, the Team One For All, just ahead of them, mixing it up. That's good for him. Gao Zhang doing a very decent job in 15th place, best time of 1:49.4. That's about 2.5 seconds off the fastest time. Looking down to spot some other top riders. Well, we've got P08 in P8. We've got Irfan Ardiancia on the SCK machine in 9th. Warwick for East NJT is 10th, 11th Cal Vietnam. Deandra Trihardika, teammate for Aiki Hiyoshi. In fact, considerably faster in this session than Aiki Hiyoshi. Just to take another look as Irfan goes up the inside of Gao Zhang. Neatly done, nice and clean, as you'd expect from a rider of his talent. Now he's got a very decent rider up ahead of him in the shape of Arai Gaska. So that's Yamaha versus Honda. So let's look at how these square up against each other. There is Arai. He's leading to complete another lap. Arai Gaska, that was a good one for him. That brings him up into P2 with 1:47.8. That's 0.9 of a second slower than the top rider, which is his teammate, Ferozi Torikatula. That pushes the Astra Honda duo of Herjan and Kiandra into 2nd and 4th. 5th is Galang Hendra. 6th is Kandra Humrawan. Galang doing a really good job in P5. Riding for the Yamaha BAF Yamalube Akai Jaya MBKW2 Racing. So the name suggests that a lot of hard work has been put in getting sponsorship for the team, and they're doing a really good job here. Going to back anyone from Indonesia, then Galang is a good one to back. There is number 38, Arai Gaska. What is he capable of in the future? Rider behind him, Irfan Haikal. Can he turn his potential into race results this weekend? Lots of questions always asked in the AP 250s, and the answers usually come on Saturday and Sunday. Gasker lets Irfan go past him, and he peels off into the pits. The pit lane entry is just before the final turn, turn 17, which these riders have gone through. 461 just ahead of them, that was Wang Jiedong. There goes Ramaputra, Mohsin Paramban, number 17, and Irfan Haikal, number 41. Irfan Haikal is currently 8th. And his time, 1:48.2. Quite on the pace where he needs to be. The Yamahas have been really quick, really consistent, picked up the fastest times of the session in every sector between the two riders, Ferozi and Arai. But there is Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. There is the 21 machine of Trihardika and Aiki Iyoshi, number 37. Aiki Iyoshi still down in P19 with a 1:50.3 in this session. Compares with best time of 1:48.4 in free practice 2, when he was one of the fastest riders before that long crash. On times anyway in this free practice 3 session, he's playing second fiddle to Deandra Triardika. And credit to Deandra, he's been improving all the way through the season. This 4-cylinder, fast, screaming Kawasaki is a beautiful bike to ride, but it's a hard bike to stop and turn and get out of corners against the twin-cylinder rivals fielded by Yamaha, the Yamaha R3 and the Honda CBR 250 RR. Yoshi goes past as they round turn 16. Bank over to the left, they'll come up now to complete another lap. This Kawasaki duo, close together as you like. Aoki improves to 14th with a 1:49.1. Good work for the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki's. To another flying lap, and looking at different metrics, looking at the top speeds. Top speed lies with Yamaha at the moment, the Yamaha of Chandra Hermawan, who's riding for the wildcard for Yamaha Indonesia this weekend. That's 181.7 kilometers per hour. Check the top speeds of the Kawasaki's, 178.5. There really is nothing to choose between the top speeds of these machines. The Kawasaki's might show a little bit lower because of the position of the speed trap, which is just around the braking zone for turn 1, and because of the extra weight they may have to brake slightly earlier than the other bikes. Anyway, a bit of a nerdy point there. Usually I rely on Daniel to do that stuff, but as he is busy doing some great work elsewhere, I'm going to do it myself. That's Deandra. Deandra currently 13th. Aikiyoshi 14th on virtually identical times, no surprise as they're running together. but it does mean that running together has been working for them. There's a bit of a makeshift number there on the number 56 bike of Galang Hendra. Makeshift or not, it's great to see him here and looking competitive. Currently still in 5th place. Brozy and Arai from Yamaha Racing Indonesia still occupying the first 2 places. Herjun and Kiandra still occupying P3, P4. Galang 5th. Kiandra also for Yamaha Racing Indonesia 6th. So fastest 6 riders, Indonesian. The Malaysian closest to breaking up the party is Sharifuddin Azman, who is 7th, followed by his compatriot just a few hundredths behind him, Irfan Haikal, who's having a good outing. Piawat is next best, and Irfan Ardiansyah completes the top 10. Number 19 going through there is Nguyen Tonampu. He had a really good outing in the Thailand Talent Cup a couple of weeks ago, leading the race for a while, making a top 5 finish. There is the number 17, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing Indonesia, currently in 23rd with a best time of 1:51. Haven't seen his teammate Kevin Quinto on screen yet. Hopefully all is okay with his machine. There is Herjun, number 46. I think Herjun is on an outlap. So let's take a look at these riders running together. That's the 51 of Alfonso de Guigan. That's the number 16 of Irfan Ardiansyah. Running together are Sharifuddin, Piawat and Herjun. There is Herjun. Alfonso takes a look behind him. You've got a big faceful there of Sharifuddin Azman, who's going to try to get past him, but he doesn't make it. The young Filipino, Alfonso, keeps him behind, enjoying mixing it up in this illustrious company. Learning all the time, Alfonso. He's got one of the East NJT Hondas just going up inside him now. That was Piawat, but getting the jump on them was, I think, there was Irfan. Sharifuddin has backed off. Just over a minute remaining in this 30-minute session. It's been an absorbing contest to watch. There is Kiandra, 212. Behind him, Irfan Haikal. There are 2 Irfans here. Alfonso behind them. There is Sharifuddin and Piawat. Alfonso de Guigan in 22nd, best time of 1:50.9. But not on the pace of the other bikes around him. Looking for signs of a late lunch. Rosie, 46. Nobody is threatening the top positions at the moment. You look down there on Irfan Haikal and Kiandra Ramadipa. 212. Kiandra, the Indonesian, 41. Irfan Haikal, the Malaysian, behind them another Indonesian. Another Irfan, in fact. Irfan Ardiansyah. Looks like Irfan Haikal is enjoying this time behind Kiandra. Kiandra absolutely on brilliant form, on top of his game. I didn't interview him yesterday, but I did speak to him informally, and he was absolutely full of beans. And looking forward to this, coming off the back of that fantastic double win he scored in Motegi in round 3, and now he's on home ground, the 15-year-old. There is the checkered flag, so the session is over. So nothing too much changing at the top. Irfan Haikal, in fact, has knocked down Kiandra from 4th to 5th. So great session there for Irfan. We've been willing him to show his potential, and he's beginning to show it now. That was a really good session from the young Malaysian. And how do these guys keep finding these fantastic camera shots? This is absolutely gorgeous. The colour of the flowers in the foreground, that fantastic view of the Indian Ocean in the background. Oh, just wonderful. Get on a plane and come over for this weekend, if you possibly can. That was an especially good session for Ferozi. Margin of 0.5 in this highly competitive AP 250 class is no mean feat. Tomorrow, the next time we see them will be for a straight 30-minute qualifying session. So don't miss that. And against that gorgeous background, here come the results. There he is, Ferozi Torikatula came through with 146.9, half-second advantage over his teammate, Araya Gaska, Dibani Laksana, for both of them for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Astra Honda's Herjan Atner, second in the championship, was next up in third. Irfan Haikal, brilliant session from him for Idemitsu FIM Honda, was fourth. Fifth, Kiandra Ramadippa, another good session for the young Indonesian. Galang Hendra doing well on the Yamaha BAF Lamahub machine, was sixth. Seventh, another wild card, Kandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesian, seventh. And eighth, the ever-present Sharifuddin Azman for Idemitsu FIM Honda. Irfan Ardiansyah, welcome back to the Indonesian, this time for the Malaysian SCK Honda Racing Team. Aiki Yoshi in the end came up to 10th. Ray Ratakuri, number 222 for Yamaha Yamalube RRS, was 11th. 12th, Warwick Tongnopakun. 13th, Piawat Patumios, both of those riders from East NJT Racing Team. Diandra Triadika for Motor Sniper Manual Tech was 14th. 15th was Cal Vietnam, further down than we'd normally expect to see him. 16th was Watcherin Tubtimon, who had a crash in that session. Nguyen Tonampu for Honda Racing Vietnam, 17th. Another Vietnamese, Nguyen Hu Tri, in 18th. 19th, Gao Tse Ang for Team One For All. 20th, Ramaputra for MS Glovermen Racing Team. Alfonsi Taguigan for SDG Team Hawk Pro was 21st. 22nd, Mohsin Baramban, number 17 for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. 3 or 4 more riders to go. And they are Freo Markasuba for Pittsbike One Way JRT Tech 2. 151.283 was his best time. Kevin Quintal was 24th for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Wang Jiadong for Victor Racing was 25th. Yong Nang Tse, the Hong Kong rider for Victor Racing Team, was 26th. And 27th was Shun Chen Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team. That was the final session of the day for the AP 250s. That was a tight and entertaining session, and coming up very shortly will be the final session of the day for the Supersport 600. So we're going to take a short break ahead of that. So stay with us. It's bright, breezy here at Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit, and we are in the later stages of the afternoon for free practice day for Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes from now, so stay with us. as the shadows lengthen here at Pertamina Mandalika. We are on track for the third and final time today with the Supersport 600 class. The air temperature is a little cooler now outside. The track temperature has been falling steadily. It's now 48.9 degrees, coming down from a peak of about 56 or 57 earlier in the afternoon. So ideal working temperature for the Dunlop slicks that these machines are running on. And the first riders we can see running on these Dunlop slicks are Helmi Asman and Azroy Hakim Anwar. Helmi was a race winner in 2023 when ARRC first came to Mandalika. Azroy had a bit of a bad run of luck, but managed a P4. Azroy has picked up a win this season in China after a really unfortunate start to the season with a couple of crashes. Not really his fault in round 1 at Chang International, but showed what he's made of by picking himself up and coming back with a win in China. Only one race in China, as you may recall. And there on your screen is a rider bringing excitement to the championship. He really did. Last time out in Motegi for round 3 as a wildcard, Kengo Nagao. He's in again this time, still riding under the Team Ken entry, but on a Yamaha Racing Indonesia machine, so he's in the Yamaha Racing Indonesia garage for this weekend. It's his first visit to Mandalika, and he's been getting better and better. Kengo Nagao, we know his quality, and we expect him to come through really strongly this weekend again. Specific about what he did in Motegi, he got a P1 and a P2. Back swapping positions with championship leader Apiwat Wongtananon, who no doubt we will see shortly. If you can hear that swooshing in the audio there, that is because it's pretty windy here at Mandalika. Strong wind blowing off the Indian Ocean. She's just a couple of 100 meters from where we are. And that does make a difference. The riders do feel it. All of them will mention it as a factor to be wary of. As we just see Azroy get a little bit out of shape. Following closely his long-standing teammate and friend, Helmi Asman. Just in front of them, they've got Soichiro Minamoto. Sorry, not Soichiro Minamoto. Sorry, I dipped into the wrong class there for a moment. So there is the number 23 of McKinley Carl Paz for Yamaha Techni Racing Team. There goes McKinley Carl Paz. Getting some good laps in earlier. He's been in the 139s. Best time of the day so far was set in the first session by Reza Danica Arends. That was a 139.074. It's good to see him getting some fast times in. McKinley Carl Paz has got behind him the Indonesian Yamaha of Wahyu Nugroho, the number 89. Wahyu Nugroho hasn't quite done what we've expected him to do so far here at Mandalika, but he's on home territory and looking to make an impression. And there for Yamaha Techni Racing is the number 24 of Apiwat Wongtananon. He has a 37-point lead after the first 5 races, 3 rounds, 5 races, and has only either finished first or second so far. He picked up an injury 2 weeks ago, a fracture to his left wrist, but that doesn't seem to have slowed him down any. The number 50 there is Kengo Nagao, the popular and very quick Japanese rider. There goes McKinley Carl-Paz, there goes Wayu Nugroho. Adinanto we haven't seen yet, but he is second quickest. And again, as he is in every session, the consistency and the speed of Adinanto impresses every time. Session leader so far, after just 7 minutes in fact, is Azroy for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. There is Apiwat. He was third in this morning's session and topped the second session, so that wrist injury he seems to have put behind him. We will quiz him about that if we manage to catch up with him, but not many people are going to catch up with him this afternoon by the look of it. He's down in 9th at the moment with a 39.9, and there is a crash. It's the number 22 of Sha Jun Tong for Victor Racing Team. That was a fast crash. Can't see where the rider is. Oh, there he is. Just carrying his right wrist a little bit. I hope that's not an injury. Well, not a bad injury anyway. There he goes. Oh, that bike absolutely in flames going off there. Strange the way the flames stopped and started and then stopped again as the bike tumbled through the gravel trap there. Sha Jun Tong on his feet anyway. We hope there isn't any lasting or serious damage to that right wrist. But there is Kengo Nagao, number 50. Best lap in this session, 139.6. That is better than his fastest time in session 2 and indeed in session 1. So Kengo Nagao making progress, getting faster and faster, as you would expect a rider of his quality as he gets to know this circuit. A few riders have said that it's not a technical circuit. I beg to disagree, because you can go quick around here quite easily, but to really shave off the tenths that are going to get you the results in qualifying and in the race, you need to be really precise on this fast flowing circuit. And so Kengo Nagao is doing a better and better job of getting this point to point to point right that you need to do. You see him going around the really challenging turn 15 and 16, long time on the right side of the tyre. Flick it left to turn 17, this tight turn that leads on to the home straight, where battles will be won and lost tomorrow without question. He comes across the line and he's doing a 139.343. That puts him second in the session. Let's take another look at Kengo. Sparks coming off his toe sliders there. Good work for the cameras, good work for the sponsors. There goes the wonder boy, McKinley Carl-Paz. Back into the Yamaha Technique Racing Team, ASEAN. Looks like a break from him. And there is the fastest rider again today, Reza Danica Arens, 139.159. Just a tenth or so slower than his fastest session of free practice 1, which was the fastest time of the day, which is the fastest time of the day. And there is a another sad looking Yamaha. Let's just take a look. That is Apiwat Wongtananon wrecking his bike. Hopefully his left wrist is okay. He's not holding it as he sits there on the gravel, but he is unhappy with himself. Bits of bike everywhere. That shows how hard he's pushing. And that is definitely a forlorn trudge that the Thai rider is taking out of the gravel trap. He won't be able to get back for this session, so his next appearance in the Supersport 600 race at this 4th round of the championship will be tomorrow morning in qualifying. Let's hope they can get that bike all set up in time for him to do what he does best tomorrow. Reza Danica completes another lap. And that was a slight improvement. So another really good session for Reza Danica RNs. The Wonder Boy, McKinley Carl Paz, number 23, comes out of pit lane. He may have seen just what happened to his teammate, Apiwat. Wheelies out of pit lane, that will have furrowed a couple of brows in race control. Also going well in this session, although we haven't seen too much of him on screen, once again is Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. And there is the number 54, another one we always like to look out for, Veda Ega Pratama, stepping up from 250s to Supersport 600. There he is, best lap, 139.989. That is good enough for 11th. There he is, the 15-year-old prodigy. Another one from Astra Honda. He still physically needs to grow into that bike. There is Tanat, number 31, who is another rider that's been getting better and better. Behind him is his Honda Racing Thailand teammate, Kiatisak Singapong. Those two running together. But it has been, out of those two, it's been advantage Tanat so far this weekend. Tanat was placed 4th in free practice 2, best time 139.2. So a little bit faster than this one. So there is Tanat, his teammate holding on behind him. And looking elsewhere in the list, looking for Adinata Putra, who's 2nd in the championship. He is in P6, 139.58 for him. Will we stay on track here with the Thai duo of Kiatisak and Tanat? And Tanat just slips off the edge of the curb. That would have slowed him down a little bit, because those rumbled strips do rumble. Here they come. They're now into the long loop of turn 16 into 17, wide entry. They come blasting out. Don't improve, but good track time for the duo. That is Kengo Nagao we're looking at. Taking it all in, he's had a really good session, still sitting in 3rd with a 139.141. Reza Danica has raised the ante. He's on a 138.881 at the top. So the first rider into the 138s Kiatisak, 139.090 for him. There is his teammate, Tanat. Tanat currently 5th with 139.4 as his best time. So Kiatisak, the rider running second of these two Thai Yamahas, the faster so far in this session, and they're almost half the session remaining. There he is, the bespectacled Kengo Nagao. Once again, you see the smooth lines in that tight last section. Turn 15 and 16, long time on the right side of the tyre. The team yesterday, I noticed, doing a track walk, spent a long time around that area of the circuit, together with their rider coach, Ratapat Willarot. So nobody moving the order. The two Bunshu Hondas of Helmi and Asroy are 4th and 5th on 139.2 basically. A few tenths just splitting them. There is Veda Egger, number 54, McKinley Carl Paz, those two rookies in the class. Veda currently on a 139.6 in 9th. But the big news from this session is that the fastest rider in the previous session, Apiwat Wongtananon, and the championship leader is out of this session after a heavy crash that we hope and believe didn't result in any injury that should hamper his progress this weekend. There, I think we're looking at Veda Egger. A quiet session this for Adananta Putra for Astra Honda. Adananta and Veda in 8th and 9th respectively in the mid 139s. McKinley Carl Paz, best time 140.238. That was last time around, so he's improving. So good work for McKinley Carl Paz. He finds his way through turns 15 and 16. This could be an improvement for him, looking at his earlier sector times. 139.874. Yeah, indeed, that was a slight improvement for Carl Paz. They're going in the right direction, although in P11. But he's within a second of Reza Danika's best time. Okay, so decent work being done here by the Filipino. Huge following back home. He was a really dominant underbone racer in the Philippines before he stepped up here into ARRC. And in his sights up ahead of him is the back of the Honda of the young Veda Egger Pratama. Veda's teammate, Adananta, who I just accused of having a quiet session, has moved himself up into P4 with a 139.1. And Helmi Asman, for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda, has moved up into P2. So Reza, Helmi and Adananta has just improved. He's moved up into 3rd. So Adenanta never seems to disappoint. There goes McKinley Carl-Paz. Just behind him was Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy currently 6th, 139.2. So that is 3/10, just off the fastest time. So as we normally see, very tight times between the top 10 riders or so in this class. There goes Azroy. Didn't have such a great outing last time here at Mandalika, which was the first visit for ARRC just under a year ago. And he had a rotten start to this season, as he seems to do. But he's coming back strongly. He had a win in China, and you certainly wouldn't put another win past him here. So 2 riders out of this session are championship leader Apiwat Wongtananon and Shajun Tong for Victor Racing. Both had pretty fast crashes. Oh, and Adenanta, I said he never disappoints. He's just gone to number 1 ahead of his Astra Honda teammate with a 138.663. So great work by Adenanta. Great work from Astra Honda generally. There is Razor in pit lane. Will he have an answer? There's 6.5 minutes remaining in this 30-minute session. He's going out for his last stint of the day. Number 1, 2, 3. This has been an impressive performance today from Reza Danica, the best we've seen in the Supersport 600 class. He does have back home the championship trophy for the AP 250 2023. Oh, and another hard crash there. Bike goes thundering into the tyre wall. Who is that? Can't quite make out who that is. So if anybody can help us out here. That's Tanat Longpliao. So the bike, ooh, and Tanat gets thrown around in the gravel trap, so that's why he had trouble picking himself up. So hopefully the airbag and his physical fitness will have prevented any injuries. So that's the Astra Honda pit there. So Tanat Longpliao, who's had a really decent day, ends it sadly in the gravel trap and has given his mechanics a bit of a late night. But that is literally par for the course in motorcycle racing. He's going to get a lift back to pit lane. That's it. You have to push close to the edge to get the kind of results that they do. And here is Kengo Nagao, who's been pushing the limits all day. He's currently 5th with 139.141 as his best time. And some good pace too from Kengo. In the low to mid 139s as we watch him come round to complete another lap. He's in the middle of turn 16 at the moment. And there is Adenanta Putra, who tops the timing screen. He's got a 2/10 advantage over his teammate Reza Danica, who is back out on track now. So he will have something to say before this session winds up. Adenanta on this lap won't improve. There he is, the number 21, second in the championship, albeit by 37 points behind Apiwat, but Apiwat out for now. We're hoping, of course, that he's all right for tomorrow's qualifying and race 1. We know how tough Apiwat is, so it's a very high chance that he will be, and a very high chance that Adenanta will be doing everything he can to reduce his Thai rival's advantage. The fastest time of the day by some way to Adenanta and Razor. There are 3 Astra Hondas, of course, here. The third one is the number 54 machine we were looking at earlier of Veda Ega Pratama, but he hasn't been able to put a really good lap together. His best time is 1:39.6. That's still just within a second of the fastest time of his teammate, who's in his second season in Supersport 600s. So after the 2 Astra Hondas at the top, we've got Helmi Asman, Kiatisak, who's had a really good session, Kengo Nagao has had another good session, getting better and better. And within half a second of the fastest rider, the fastest time of the day, that 1:38.6 of Adenanta. And in a straight speed shootout, that was advantage Adenanta. Over that was Dimas Eki, I think. Yeah, number 99, Dimas Eki, who tucks in behind Adenanta. Dimas Eki Pratama, big name here in the Indonesian motorcycle racing scene. One of many, and great to see him back in ARRC as a wild card. And as Daniel was saying earlier on, he's one of the movers behind this Ms. Glow for Men racing team. And certainly that number 99 bike looks in very good shape. So going through the bottom of your screen there is Kengo Nagao, then Adenanta, then Dimas Eki Pratama. Razor Danica on slow lap, slowish by his standards anyway, so he's not going to shake up the order. And depending on where he is on the circuit, I can't quite see at the moment, the checkered flag is out now. And there isn't anybody showing fast, that they're on fast sectors. So it could be Adenanta closing out the day in the best possible way by having the fastest time out of all 3 sessions. He's looking at the back of the R6 of Kengo Nagao, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, with the Japanese rider on it. Great to see him after he set Motegi alight in this class just a few weeks ago. Adenanta just glides past. They come up to complete their final lap of the day. So there across the line goes Adenanta, Kengo. And just dropping through the picture there, Wayu Nugroho. Wayu came good late in the session. Good, that was good to see too. He came up to P4. as we just raise our gaze a little bit and take advantage of the camera position to take a look at our surroundings here and remind us that we are in an absolutely stunning part of Southeast Asia on the island of Lombok. The provisional results for that session, and I'm sure they'll be confirmed because there was nothing untoward at all going on in free practice 3 for Supersport 600s. And we'll see it confirmed any moment now that Adinanta Putra, who got quicker right at the end, he improved to consolidate his fastest time. He improved to 1:38.556. So he was the fastest rider of that session and the fastest rider of the day. Second fastest rider of that session and second fastest rider of the day is Reza Danica Arens. Helmi Asman for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda Racing Team was third. Wayu Nugroho came good late in the session for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He was fourth. Fifth, great session from Kiatisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand. Kengo Nagao kept improving for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He was sixth. Seventh, Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda Racing Team. And Tanat Longpliao, who had a fast crash. Hopefully he's okay later in the session for Honda Racing Thailand. He had the 8th fastest time with a 1:39.322. Dimaseki Pratama, the number 99, coming in as a wild card on the MS Glow for Men Racing Team, was 9th. 10th, Fadila RB Pratama for Astra Honda, wild card for them. Veda Ega was 11th. 12th was McKinley Carl Paz for Yamaha Techni Racing Team. Apiwat, his teammate for Yamaha Techni, was 13th after a heavy crash that took him out of that session. And another heavy crash involved Shajin Tong for Victor Racing Team, who didn't complete that session either. So that is it for the Supersport 600s for today. That's their free practice done. The next time we see them will be for qualifying tomorrow. They'll have a 30-minute session in the morning, and of course race 1 will be in the afternoon. So that brings us to a short break. We have one more session left and you won't want to miss it. It's coming up in 6 minutes time and it's the final session of the day, FP3 for the ASB 1000 class. Plenty to talk about there, plenty to watch out for. So stay with us. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back with FP3 for ASB 1000. We're at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back. This is the final session of the day here at Pertamina Mandalika for this first of 3 days for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, round 4. We were here for round 4 last year, and here we are again. There you're looking at Yuki Kuni, who's been doing some fantastic work today, following on from his win last time out in race 2 at Motegi, when we really saw him come into his own, and he's looked really confident today. We do get the feeling that Yuki Kuni stepped up psychologically, and in fact at Motegi with that win in race 2, it was a convincing one too, by 5 seconds from Hafiz Sharin. Unfortunately for him, a crash took him out of race 1, which victory went to Sho Nishimura, another exciting young Japanese rider, also just 20 years old. So we've got an abundance of young talent. We've got some really top experienced talent, none more so than Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team. And there he is, the number 55 on the Ducati, Hafiz Sharin, being tracked by his Malaysian compatriot Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. Kazma, we are suspecting, feeling, hoping, is going to experience some resurgence this weekend as he starts to gel with that Yamaha after too long, as he would say himself. But there are two really fast, exciting riders on track there. Hafiz coming off the back of a tiring but successful weekend in Suzuka, where he recorded the fastest lap of the famous 8-hour race. Famous is too small a word, actually. It's one of the pinnacle events in motorsport, along with Le Mans 24 Hours, the Isle of Man TT. It is an absolutely phenomenal event. And so is the competition here in the Asia Road Racing Championship, because in this blue ribboned class, the ASB 1000, at the halfway point in the season, there is just 7 points separating the top 4 riders. This is the first of them, Hafiz, who is at the top, and he has a 5-point lead over Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman for TKKR BMW. Aslan hasn't really come through on that BMW. There he is, right on cue, on the second of those 2 BMWs, the first belonging to Tiu Zhou of Savitar ESG Racing Team. And Aslan goes through comfortably. Tiu Zhou, that would be a good bike to have a look at the back of. So we're hoping that we'll see something great from Aslan in this session. So you haven't really seen anything from him. We haven't seen too much from his teammate who set the place alight in Motegi, Sho Nishimura, last time out. And looking at the tyres, we saw this morning Yuki Kuni coming out alone on hard front, hard rear, and gradually we saw riders from all 4 manufacturers running the same compounds. So after his busy afternoon, Daniel Bogers is back with me, I'm very happy to say.
Yeah, it's good to be back in the commentary box.
And first of all, I haven't given any updates yet about Nazarul.
Yeah, so right now he's, well, he was on the way to the hospital the last I heard, so he should be arriving at the hospital now. So far, it's only suspicions that he may have a broken collarbone and a broken wrist, but for now, fingers crossed that it isn't a broken collarbone, because that would require quite an amount of time to recover from. So speedy recovery to Nazrul Izzat.
Amen to that. And yeah, so here we are back with the final session of the day suddenly, as the shadows get longer. But we see the familiar sight there. That's Zakwan's bike there being worked on.
Yeah, looks like an issue with the oil cooler, so that's not too convenient, but shouldn't be too much of an issue for them to fix.
Yeah, you can see by the cool, immaculate face there of Zakwan that he hasn't done any work yet in this session. So hopefully they'll fix that quickly as we go back there with Aslan. Fastest time so far, and it's not the first time we've seen him at the top of the timing screens today. Is Yamaha Techni Racing Team ASEAN's Soichiro Minamoto, and also near the top is Andy Farid Izdihar for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Hafiz Shirin, third fastest.
If you don't mind, may I jump into Nerd Town about tires for a while?
Please do, yeah, we were looking forward to this.
So I had a chat with Dunlop, and we'll get more from him tomorrow during race day. But so far, the indication is that Mandalika is not as abrasive as we thought it was. And the tire wear looks really good. I had a look at a few tires which have done two practice sessions, and they look completely fine. So the issue in the morning was that the track was dirty and that the track was just ever evolving. And so far, he does suspect that they might be able to run the race on mediums. It shouldn't be an issue with the wear that they've seen today. I think that could also be partly due to lower temperatures than last year that we've had. So it's going to be interesting how the tire selections are for tomorrow, because well, obviously with the medium rears we would expect slightly faster lap times, so we might see some riders trying that setup up soon.
Yeah, so probably we're going to see mediums as well as the qualifiers in tomorrow morning's qualification session. Oh, that's interesting, thank you. And they are running the asymmetric compound?
Yep, so the right side, well, it was interesting because Sal mentioned that the right side isn't necessarily hard in terms of feeling, and I have a perspective from Kasma as well, but the goal from Dunlop was just to make sure that it doesn't overheat. So the feeling is similar, but the left side is slightly softer on the feeling, right side harder, but the main goal is just to make sure that it doesn't overheat and that it withstands till the end of the race. But from Kasma's perspective, he said the only thing about the hard tire is that he felt there was less warning when you're losing grip. So that's to be expected with a harder compound, and yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see how the selections go.
Good insight, thank you. And that all makes total sense. So yeah, you'd want a nice confident feeling, especially on the last three corners, 15, 16, 17, when you have that long session on the right and then flick over to the left. There on your screen is Andy Farid Izdihar. He's looking at the rear of the TKKR BMW of Sho Nishimura. And Sho Nishimura is indeed beginning to show up, because he's fourth best time now, 1:37.924. 1:36.3 is the best time from Soichiro Minamoto. And Kazma, you were talking about, his teammate, Minamoto's teammate, 1:38. So interesting about just watching those two Yamahas, because in my opinion Kazma should be able to get on level terms. Daniel, what did you see?
Yeah, I think Kasma feels quite calm, and yeah, he's improving now again at 37.6. So he's closing down to his teammate's time of 36. But still, Soichiro just with that extra feeling by the looks of it. I think Kazma was a bit shaken after his early morning crash. It was just a low side for him, so nothing too serious, but definitely needs to get a boosted confidence again. I think knowing Kazma's quality, he will find it race day.
Yeah, Sho Nishimura on an improving lap, as is Hafiz.
Sho just under a bit of pressure there from Andy Farah behind him. But Sho really, really looking like an amazing find from 1XOX. Rider with only experience in CV Moto 2 and then jumping onto the thousands and doing quite exceptionally well.
He's certainly a fast learner. I absolutely loved watching him, Motegi, under braking on the downhill section. The bike at what looked like a 45-degree angle with a rear wheel in the air. That's just phenomenal confidence and control.
I've seen, even in different championships, this bike being ridden the M1000 RR. I haven't seen anyone really slide it the way that Sho does, and it's almost at supermoto angles the way he's sliding the rear tire around, and yeah, he showed a new way of how to ride this amazing 1000cc bike.
Yeah, and that's keeping in mind that Aslan Shah rides it pretty loose as well, but yes, it is a different style.
So Sho just improved his lap again, 136, sorry, 136.3 was the previous lap. He did another 136 on that lap itself, and even with trying to maneuver around certain, a few riders.
Yeah, finally, it looks it's time to go to work for Zakwan Zaidi. No time recorded yet, as they were fixing something with the oil cooler. Still got that left hand bandaged up, I noticed, after damaging both of them quite badly in Zhuhai on free practice day. There goes Andy Farid. Behind him, Sama Murray for Victor Racing Team.
Yeah, Andy just trying to find some steady improvements. He's done a 136.7 so far. Currently top three is quite an interesting mix. So Ichiro on first, Andy Farid second, Sho Nishimura third. So fourth and fifth, Hafiz Sharin, Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, first four different manufacturers. Nice. Okay. Thereby hangs the tail. Makarin we haven't seen on track yet, but placed 6th currently. Still with 25 minutes to go. We have 40-minute sessions for the superbikes. Hafiz has moved up into 2nd. Now within 3.5 tenths of Minamoto's time. But it is good to see the Yamahas on this flowing track, as you were alluding to earlier, Daniel. Really showing some speed, some potential.
Yeah, it seems that it's just this layout suits them very well this weekend, and they have taken the steps forward in the right direction. It's really starting to pay off. They keep on going in this rhythm. There should be no reason as to why Soichiro should not be challenging for the win this weekend.
Certainly looks that way, and that would be good. We haven't had a Yamaha win yet.
Andy's running the medium rears by the looks of it, so Andy one of the first to test this setup out in this evening's session.
Track temperature 15 degrees off the top now, 43.9. But very good working temperature, especially for these mediums, I would think.
Yeah, I think about 43 degrees Celsius, they should have no issue tire wear wise, overheating wise. And yeah, to the surprise of many, and even for myself, it seems that the surface really isn't as abrasive as we thought. It could just be the nature of the layout of the circuit. It's just very much fast, flowy, a lot of flips and switches in direction.
Yeah, just looking at the race times tomorrow, 4:15 is race time, so the temperatures will be cooling, not quite this cool perhaps, assuming that the weather stays the same, which it is forecast to. Then I think what you were saying about running mediums is probably going to come true. Now then, how about Yuki Kuni?
Yeah, he still has yet to come out. I saw him ready to exit pit lane earlier, but maybe they're just trying to find a new last-minute change for him.
You can see how windy it is from the waves in the background, can't you?
Yeah, it is. The wind has picked up. There's Zakwan Zaidi now coming out. Still a bruised bike.
Yeah. That'll do for free practice though, as long as it's straight.
There's been 2 falls for Zakwan Zaidi.
I'm surprised there was anything salvaged off that bike he sent to the second floor this morning.
Interestingly enough, some are running a medium front and hard rear, which is not a combination we've seen.
Indeed.
And it looks like a piece of his fairings coming off. Yeah, there is, yeah.
Okay, so there is Yuki Kuni. Been up near the front for the first 2 practice sessions. He's been absent so far from this one. And he won the last ASB 1000 race in Motegi. Sama there tracking on the Yamaha.
Soichiro there just trying to put in some hot laps.
Yeah, that is Soichiro ahead of him. Let's take a look at his pace. Really see from the data we've got here.
I'm sure I just clocked in the new top speed for this weekend so far. 282 kilometers per hour across the speed trap. So they are putting the power down for his Ducati V4.
Yeah, I was speculating to myself really in the AP 250s about braking points and top speeds, because the Kawasaki's weren't quite so fast, but perhaps they were braking a little bit earlier, bearing in mind the position of the speed trap. But there goes Zakwan. He's got some work to do now. He's got 20 minutes left, to be fair. Full 20 minutes.
As for Zakwan for his first flying lap in this practice 3 session. He does still have 20 minutes, so a good chunk of time to find some decent progress. And Zakwan running the medium, so back to the default on the preferred setting.
Yeah, and I think with these track temperatures that makes intuitive sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, 43 degrees Celsius track temperature should be no issue at all.
There's 2 groups here. There's the top 3, Soichiro, Andy and Hafiz. And then a drop of about 0.7 or 8 of a second to Shun Ishimura. Yuki Kuni.
He seemed in no hurry at all to get that bike out, so...
You never see any panic in that pit, do you?
Just so calm.
I mean, even 20-year-old Yuki is just sitting at the back.
Just for Zakwan Zaidi, he's completing his first flying lap now. It's a couple of decent sector times from Zakwan, but it's not going to put him anywhere in the top 5. Comes across 138.9, so 8th place currently for Zakwan Zaidi on his first flying lap. Now he's got clear track in front of him, but he does have the company of Kasma Daniel.
Yeah, Kasma looking reasonably decent in P5. And we're going to see Yuki Kuni out. Yep, a quick stretch.
Just looking at the sector times between Kasma and Zakwan, just wondering where Kasma made that time. And you can see that it was mostly in sector 4 where the flowiest bit of the circuit is. So it's really where the Yamaha can pull back a lot of time. I think in sector 2 the biggest Achilles heel of Yamaha would be its top speed.
Yeah, well here we've got Honda versus Yamaha. Honda of Zakwan making up for a lost time.
Second times now it's all improving for Zakwan, so it's a good lap coming through for Zakwan's ID. Should be somewhere along the 137s. This could potentially put Zakwan into the top 5. Both Zakwan and Kasma come across the line at 138.2, so again, Zakwan lost time somewhere. Looks like sector 2 where Zakwan is a bit slower, and sector 1 compared to Kasma, who just came across with a 137.8.
So that looks like solid kind of pace from Kasma, who's still got hard front, hard rear. Haven't seen too much of Nakarin really all day today. He missed most of pre-practice 2 with mechanical problems at the beginning and then later in the session. So he's got some catching up to do as well. He's currently 6th, 137.6, but that is 1.3 seconds slower than Soichiro at the top. Andy and Hafiz just over 3/10 behind Soichiro, and then there's a drop to the rest.
So right now there's some slight improvements for riders across the ASB 1000 grid, but nothing significant except for Zakwan this time. Goes up into 5th, 137.5, pushes Kasma Daniel down into 6th. Kasma just struggling to find an improvement. He's been lapping consistently in the 137s. He did another 137.6 on that lap. The good thing for Kasma is it seems that he's consistent in the 137s, about mid 137s.
Yeah, it's not going to be good enough for a podium, I don't think. Yuki Kuni finally is somewhere out on track. Well, in fact, in the 3rd sector, 4th sector.
It's already a fast looking lap from Yuki Kuni, so Yuki not wasting any more time. Should get Yuki coming across to complete his first flying lap anytime soon. Yuki does come across, but it's only 8th for Yuki this time, 137.833, but that was his first flying lap.
Nakarin also on the move now, trying to make up for lost time. Kuni, body language, looks like he means business, doesn't it?
Yeah, he looks super focused on getting done with the job at hand. It looks like medium rears for Yuki. that could be what took them a bit longer for his pit exit. Maybe they did a last minute change and thought, we've done enough laps on the hard option. Let's try hard medium. Already in sector 1 and sector 2 he's improving. Still a bit of a gap between himself and Soichiro's sector times.
That was a decent sector 3 though.
Sector 3 about a 10th and a half away from Soichiro. So it's a decent lap coming in. There should be lower 137s at least for Yuki. Sho Nishimura as well, he's on a decent improving lap. Yuki comes across and it's a 137.047, so Yuki up into 4th.
And he's, within 0.8 of Soichiro. Still 13 minutes, or almost 30 minutes remaining in the session, so plenty of time for Sho Nishimura and Yuki Kuni. Both really exciting young prospects from Japan.
For Yuki now on this flying lap that he's trying to set. Again, it's a decent sector 1 and sector 2 from Yuki. And from what I can see, it looks like sector 1 and sector 2 is where well, in this session at least, is where the Hondas have been losing a bit of ground, and then they just make it up in the final 2. Yuki in the 3rd sector, again, not an improvement, but sector 1, sector 2, good. Sorry, sector 3 is where no improvement. Still has the final few turns left. Sunshine on the bike really looks beautiful. It's just about to be sunset here in Lombok.
Yeah, the light at this time of day is spectacular.
He does improve. He goes up into 2nd place, a 136.6.
Yeah, good work. So he's right on terms, almost on identical time to Andy Farid and Hafiz Shirin. So that's the group of 4 there that have got that advantage on everybody else. Now, what's Zakwan doing?
Hafiz are just a bit of track speed, it seems. I don't know if he's setting up, but he's just come back up from pit lane actually. To the final 10 minutes now, 10.5 minutes. It's be crunch time for those trying to find a final tweak to the setup.
Sho Nishimura still pushing.
As well, Yuki's on a hot lap. Sector 1, Sector 2, an improvement for him. Sector 2 near identical to Soichiro's lap time. To keep your eyes out on Yuki's lap time as he comes across the line now. 36.4 from Yuki Kuni, so step-by-step improvements for Yuki. Now he's just a 10th away from Soichiro's lap time.
Yeah, that's really good work. About every lap since he came out has been faster than the previous one. Andy Fredis-Deha is currently in the Honda Dream Racing pit, but still sitting in 3rd, and in that group of 4 at the top that are looking competitive. Fizz trying to make a move now as well, I think. There he is. He's in sector 2 currently. Hard front, medium rear.
Hafiz, decent sector 1 and improvement for him, and okay sector 2, so Hafiz really putting it down. It's a decent sector 3 from Hafiz. I don't think this will be the lap that really pushes him up that much.
It's quite a lean angle he's got through there. Now Yukikuni's got Sho Nishimura in his sights, and in turn of his, he's got Yuki in his sights. Fizz just done the fastest sector 1 time of the session. Yeah, so this is the lunge, I think, from Fizz coming up now. Just about got enough space around him, and he's got a very quick bike in front of him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's the right idea from Hafiz to try and tail behind Yuki, and it's working so far. First sector is the fastest first sector clocked for this session by Hafiz Sharin. Sector 3 as well, it's a good one from Hafiz, an improvement. So this will be a good lap from Hafiz. This might take him up into second. Right on first if he makes a really good sector 4.
Yeah, he has hustled that Ducati well through sector 4. We'll soon find out. He's got Yuki ahead of him. He's got Shone ahead of him too. Yeah, that was his best time. And he's just bumped Andy Farid down to 4th. Andy Farid now on an out lap. There are a full 6 minutes remaining before the checkered flag.
Previous time I saw that was Azlan Shah's fastest lap time of the session, 136.9. So Azlan down into the 136. Almost very similar times to his teammate Sho Nishimura.
Yeah, Nakarin continues to push. Struggle to get into the top 5 on this lap, I think.
Right now, no real improvements in sector times. It's just a good sector 1 from Nakarin and Sho Nishimura, but yeah, that lap is a 37.2 from Nakarin, so consistent, but no improvements. We could be at the part of the session where they're just trying to maximize the amount of laps that they have left, just to test the current conditions. It'll be slightly hotter than what it is now race time tomorrow.
Yeah, the track temperature has dropped 2 degrees in the last half an hour since this session began.
And as Azlan now going back into pit lane. But we still have Yuki out here. That's Hafiz Sharin right behind Yuki.
Andy Farid just started flying lap.
Yeah, Andy, what do you think of Andy's weekend so far?
I think it's solid.
Wouldn't say brilliant, but it's been decent, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been there. The first 2 rounds we got used to we expected him to be number 1, number 2 all the way through. Its balance has tipped a little bit. That's because other riders have improved at the same time, like Soichiro has really established himself as a front runner. Yuki Kuni has broken through that kind of technical and psychological barrier. Hafiz has been improving all the way through. Yeah, so I think this is going to be a really interesting race this weekend, and see how tight the times are at the top now, especially between those first four. And then behind those first four are two BMWs, and we know that they really show up on race day. Sho Nishimura and, of course, Aslan Shah. Nakarin, we've seen how determined he is.
Yeah, I think Andy's just, he set the standard, he set the bar for himself so high after his rookie season and the start of the championship that we just expect him to be fighting for the top spots.
Yeah, he's such a good quality rider. There are so many variables in getting a superbike just right under the electronics, just the whole package.
Personal best sector from Andy Farid, and the fastest sector one of this session by Hafiz Sharin this time. So let's see if Hafiz can bump himself up into first place, but sector 2 is where Hafiz seems to be losing a bit of pace. Sector 2 is from turn 5 all the way until
Turn 10.
yeah. So it's the fast, quite a fast and flowy air section.
Yeah, it's a nice section of the track though.
Yeah, sector 3 for Hafiz, not exactly what he would have wanted. Still decent, so it's still going to be a good time from Hafiz. Should be around 136, a higher 136 or a low 137 as well.
Yeah, I mean, he should make another 2 flying laps if he wants them.
One thing we should take note as well, Hafiz is running medium. So he's completely scrapped the hard option for this at the end of the session.
Yeah, I think Yuki's on mediums. Just have a check. Have you noticed?
If I'm not mistaken, it was the hard front medium rear, wasn't it? For
Yeah.
Yuki.
But in this stint, it's hard to tell with the sunlight. I can't remember. Anyway, what I can remember is that this rider has been at the top of the timing screens for the majority of this session. He has had his lead trimmed by Yuki Kuni, who's within 0.137 of a second. Another lap from him in the low 130s, that's at 136.4. Best time 136.3. So while we can't see the whole lap history, that does suggest that he's got some good pace.
Good lap coming in from Andy Fred actually. Personal best sector 1 and sector 3 for him. Andy coming through Soichiro. The first sector not really that quick.
The other thing to say about Andy is that he is the quickest of those 3 really quick riders in the team, and that's not unusual.
For Soichiro now, this should be his sector 3 as well, decent. So it's a decent lap time coming in for Soichiro, but shouldn't be an improvement.
Would improve it, but it doesn't. It also doesn't look as though Yuki or Hafiz are going to threaten him at the top of the timing screen. So 136.3.
Soichiro just came across there with the 136.6. Locked in Epis is on a good lap.
Yeah, he missed a whole chunk of this session.
Yeah, he's up in sector 1 and sector 2, so it's a personal best coming in from Lachlan Epis. His lap time, he might just be able to make up a couple of places. If he continues, yeah, it's another good sector 3 from Lachlan. So this should take him at least up into 9th, perhaps even up into 8th.
Yeah, Lachlan went well here last year, didn't he?
He seemed to enjoy this layout, seemed to suit his riding style quite well. At any moment Lachlan's gonna come across, he's done a good sector 3 as well. And there we go, Lachlan goes all the way up into 6th. Lachlan finds a 1:36.981 just as the checker flag waves the end of the session.
Yeah, good work. He had very little track time, Lachlan, and he really made the best of it. Oh, it's all gone quiet out there. And the sky is going increasingly pink, but there are the results for this session. Soichiro Minamoto was at the top for a long time, and he kept improving while he was at the top. 1:36.305 was the best time of the day. Yuki Kuni next best, shortened session for him, but he made the most of it too. And third place, Hafiz Shirin for JDT Racing Team, just a fraction behind Yuki. Andy Farid Izdeha, another good session for him, 1:36.5. In fifth was Sho Nishimura, and sixth with that excellent last lap was Lachlan Epis, and Aslan was 7th. 8th was Macarena Tirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. So Honda Asia Dream Racing 4th and 8th. In 9th was Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing was 10th. 11th was Osama Murray for Victor Racing. Eric Saputra came out and he was 12th. And Joe Yu Joe, 13th. And my goodness, that's a scary picture. What is that, guys?
Yeah, I'm wondering what that should be the sun, but what is it looking through?
I don't know, I'm waiting for a wolf to howl.
Yeah.
There is the distinctive flag of Indonesia being blown mightily. But that wraps today's free practice session. Got plenty to talk about. Tomorrow morning is qualifying. Tomorrow afternoon is race 1. And there you can see what we're looking forward to. We'll have split qualifying sessions for Underbones and TVS Asia One Make. And then we go into straight qualifying for AP250, Super Sports, Super Pole for Underbones, and then the final qualifying session for ASB 1000s. And then afternoon, the action starts at 13:05, when Daniel and I will be joined by the mighty Des Corkill, the voice of ARRC, for the afternoon session. So be with us. We will be live from just before 8 o'clock in the morning for the 2 Underbone qualifying sessions. Join us then. The local time here is GMT +8, so that means it's right now 5:34. So we will see you tomorrow as we enjoy some of the magnificent camera work from our team there. Thanks to those guys today, they've given us some fantastic shots. We've had a great day here on day 1 of 3 for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, Silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.